morning, everyone. If I can ask you to sit down, take your seats, please. Thank you. Good morning. I'm Jennifer Manor. I'm Deputy Chief of the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau at the Federal Communications Commission, and I'd like to welcome you to the role of broadband in improving public safety communications and emergency medical response, which we're holding in conjunction with Georgetown University Medical Center. Before I turn the floor over to our welcoming speakers and ultimately to our keynote speaker, I'd like to just run through a few of logistical issues. First, and probably most importantly, the restrooms are through those doors to your right. Second, just to give you a brief run-through of the day, after our welcoming remarks by Commissioner Clyburn and Dr. Fedoroff, Undersecretary Rand Beers will be joining us. We'll then immediately go into our first panel on emergency medical response issues. Following that panel, we'll take a brief break, and then we'll rejoin for our second panel on police and firefighter issues. Following that panel, we'll immediately hear from Commissioner Meredith Baker. And then at 12:10, we'll adjourn to lunch. Lunch is located in the faculty club just to the left of this conference room. I would ask you to please be back promptly at 1 o'clock, and we're going to start the afternoon session with remarks from Commissioner Copps, and then hear from our last panel on requirements needed for public safety and emergency response. And finally, we'll hear some closing remarks from Admiral Jamie Barnett, who's Chief of the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau. With that, I would like to introduce our first welcoming speaker, Commissioner Mignon Clyburn. Ms. Clyburn was sworn in as a commissioner on August 3rd, 2009. She has a long history of public service, including 11 years as the representative of South Carolina's 6th District on the Public Service Commission of South Carolina, where she has actively participated in numerous national and regional state-based utility organizations. Most recently, Commissioner Clyburn has served as the chair of the National Association of Regulatory Commissioners Washington Action Committee and as a member of both NARUC's Audit Committee and Utilities Market Access Partnership Board. Ms. Clyburn is a former chair of the Southeastern Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners. And with that, I'd like you to join me in welcoming Commissioner Clyburn.
Thank you, Jennifer. I came up just in case she started reading you too much. I didn't want you to learn too much about me. It might scare you away. But good morning, everyone. Oh, good morning. Thank you. I'm from the South, so we have this call and response thing that we're used to. I know it might be outside of anyway, I'll just let you, that's a little quirk about me. I just wanted you to know. But as many of you do know, the FCC has opened proceedings to develop a national broadband plan, which will be delivered to Congress in February of 2010. I am delighted to be here with you to join the discussion on a key component of the national broadband plan, public safety and homeland security. Our nation's public safety is perhaps the most important issue for this commission. In fact, in the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, which mandates the development of the National Broadband Plan, Congress specifically directs the Commission to plan for the use of broadband infrastructure and services in advancing public safety. Therefore, it is critical that we provide the best leadership possible to ensure that communications are fully operational during the most serious events that impact our citizens and our families. I would like to thank my fellow commissioners, the Department of Homeland Security Undersecretary Rand Beers, Dr. Howard Fedoroff, and our other speakers for participating in today's field hearing. I would also like to thank Dr. Fedoroff and the Georgetown University Medical Center for hosting us here today. The Federal Communications Commission greatly appreciates the center's generosity. The Georgetown University Medical Center is an ideal forum in which to hold a workshop on the role of broadband in public safety communications and emergency response. We hope that the National Broadband Plan will lead to a ubiquitous broadband deployment and adoption and unleash innovation and ingenuity in many areas, including public safety and medical care. This medical center is world-renowned for its innovations in public safety and medical care. For instance, in 2002, Georgetown became the first cyberknife stereotactic radiosurgery center on the East Coast. And it's so important until I struggled saying that. The CyberKnife is a non-invasive radiological device that improves the precision targeting tumors of the brain, neck, and spine. The medical center is also responsible for developing technology leading to the innovation of the HPV vaccine, the first ever vaccination for cancer. We know that there are also exciting communications applications for the public safety and emergency response communities that are already contributing to saving American lives and property. As our discussion here will demonstrate, it is imperative that the public safety and the emergency medical response communities be in a position to take advantage of broadband communications in their day-to-day activities as well as in emergency situations. I believe this is particularly important with regard to having a broadband mobile wireless network that the emergency response community can always depend on to increase situational awareness and become more effective in performing their very important jobs. I expect that today's field hearing will help us improve our records on the types of applications that are available today and are being developed to help emergency medical response, police, and firefighting communities. I look forward to hearing from our diverse group of panelists, which include police officers, doctors, scientists, and others who are currently developing and in some cases utilizing broadband technologies with applications specifically geared to saving lives and protecting the property of our citizens. As the Commission explained in the Innovation and Investments Notice of Inquiry that we released this past summer, we also want to hear that the agency can do what the agency can do to spur greater innovation in public safety. The Commission is also interested in hearing ideas about increasing the use of the most advanced medical technologies. I am so very happy to see that the first panel includes a representative from the National Organization on Disability. As I have often said, and most recently at last Friday's field hearing at Gallaudet University, it is very important to have the input of representatives of more than 50 million people living with disabilities up front on communications policies. We want to avoid retrofitting communications policies and technologies for those with disabilities. Following our first two panels, we will have what I expect will be a very exciting discussion about the requirements that public safety and the emergency medical response community have for broadband communications. This discussion will include a focus on how broadband is currently provided to the emergency response community and whether this is sufficient to meet the unique needs of first responders, including emergency medical responders. I believe we are at a unique crossroads in ensuring that all Americans, including our public safety community, have access to broadband communications. When the Commission delivers a national broadband to Congress next year, I hope we can be in a position to ensure that our emergency response community has access to the sorts of broadband communications technologies that work, the broadband communication technologies that their work requires, including a broadband wireless mobile network that meets the needs for this important community. In this manner, the men and women who make up our emergency response community will be better able to serve all Americans. I would like to thank the Chief of the Public Safety Homeland Security Bureau, Admiral Jamie Barnett, who you will meet later today, for his leadership on this issue, and the staff at the FCC for their hard work in putting this panel and this hearing together. I look forward to hearing from our distinguished panelists. I would like to apologize in advance for having to depart before the second panel, however, and I hope that you will forgive me. But please know that I recognize that this is an exciting and important time, and I appreciate you for taking the time to help us shape a national broadband plan that truly serves the interests of all Americans. Now, I would like to introduce Dr. Howard Fedoroff. Dr. Fedoroff, as you probably know, is the Executive Vice President for Health Sciences and the Executive Dean of the Georgetown School of Medicine. He is responsible for leading the educational and research missions of Georgetown University Medical Center. He is widely published in peer-reviewed journals and is a member of the editorial boards of a number of such journals. I am privileged to meet such a distinguished member of the medical profession, and please join me in a warm welcome for Dr. Fedoroff.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Georgetown University. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to be here to welcome you to what I think was described to me as an exciting meeting, and looking at the program, I believe that indeed to be the case. In particular, I'd like to thank DHS Undersecretary Beers, who I guess will be joining us in a few moments, as well as FCC Commissioners Copps, Clyburn, and Baker for joining us today. And we're delighted that you're here with us on the campus. As I see it, the issue of expanding national broadband capability has multiple implications. As originally stated by the President, it is of particular interest to the medical and first responder community, not lost on any of you here today. First, and probably most importantly, because we are a significant part of the emergency response picture. The ability to anticipate, to prepare, and to deliver healthcare services effectively in an emergency is directly proportional to our ability to access current, accurate, and mission-critical information reliably, rapidly, and in a way that is clinically effective. Broadband connectivity adds tremendous potential for expanding reach, capability, and effectiveness of healthcare delivery. Borrowing a term from the military, it's a force multiplier. The ability to extend medical expertise through telemedicine to distant sites and to remote areas is no longer futuristic. In fact, it's a current reality. And I think that will be made evident today by multiple panels and discussants later this morning. We need just to empower the benefits by enhancing the available telecommunications to reap many of the benefits, and just consider several of the following. First, rapid and improved diagnostics. The general lack of advanced diagnostic tools to EMS and public safety environments is reduced by broadband telecommunications. Second, reduction of medical errors due to inaccurate patient information. The ability to secure this information in real time, to have access to historical medical records that will reduce incidents of misdiagnoses, allergic responses to drugs, which can be clinically unfortunate and deleterious, and to delay treatment. And third, timely access to electronic medical records to enable accurate and clinically relevant decisions. And finally, cost savings. The ability to initiate treatment in the so-called golden hour will lead to reduction of morbidity and mortality. Medical centers, emergency response teams, and governmental agencies and doctors all should have the ability to exchange information quickly and securely. If applications drive development, then we will need to have investments in infrastructure so that the use of these innovative applications will have their full force impact on these communities. Today's events will highlight, I believe, the use of broadband in critical areas of medicine today, particularly emergency medical response. Our emergency medical responders are the first line, whether they be responding to a national emergency or to an automobile accident. I am hopeful that through this workshop and the development and implementation of the FCC's National Broadband Plan, improved broadband connectivity will provide our entire nations and medical response teams and healthcare communities with the opportunity to apply these technologies and to ultimately deliver and improve health in these United States. It is my pleasure now to turn the floor back over to Commissioner Clyburn, who will rejoin. I'll rejoin you in a few minutes to introduce the first panel. And thank you for this opportunity to welcome you, and I look forward to hearing about the great successes of this meeting.
Thank you again, Doctor, for affirming the stage and setting the tone for why we're here this morning. We are honored to have with us today, you probably felt his presence when he walked into the room, the Honorable Rand Beers, the Undersecretary of the National Protection and Programs Directorate of the Department of Homeland Security. Undersecretary Beers has a distinguished career in public service. He began his professional career as a Marine officer and rifle company commander in Vietnam. He entered the Foreign Services in 1971 and transferred to civil service in 1983. He served most of his career in the Department of State. He has also served as Assistant Secretary of State for International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs. I will behave myself in front of him. In his current role, Undersecretary Beers directs integrated efforts to reduce risk to physical, cyber, and communications infrastructures. His office collaborates with all levels of government, the private sector, non-government organizations, and international bodies to prevent, respond to, and mitigate threats to the U.S. national security from acts of terrorism, natural disasters, and other catastrophic events. Please join me with a warm welcome for Undersecretary Rand Beers.
Thank you for that kind introduction. I'd also like to recognize the FCC Chairman Jankowski for facilitating this important hearing today, and also Dr. Fedorov from Georgetown Medical Center for hosting us today. Let me also take a moment to acknowledge the panelists and guests that we have assembled here. This is a diverse representation of our partners in this room, which shows the shared commitment to public safety communications and emergency response nationwide. This morning I want to discuss the important role broadband will play in this effort and tell you some of the ways that the Department of Homeland Security is partnering with other federal departments and agencies, as well as state, local, tribal governments, and the private sector to enhance our current capabilities. DHS looks at the development of a national broadband plan as an opportunity to protect the American people from the many threats that we face, from terrorism to natural disaster to cyber attacks and new diseases. This past May, President Obama called for the nation's digital infrastructure to be recognized as a strategic asset and said that protecting our infrastructure is a national security priority. The National Broadband Plan represents a unique opportunity to improve communications and coordination among the national security and emergency preparedness communities by advancing the use of broadband infrastructure. Since DHS leads the federal efforts to prevent national security incidents from occurring, to respond to them effectively when they do happen, and to recover with resilience in the aftermath of such crises, this effort is very important to our department. Let me focus for a moment on the critical area of response. Medical professionals would agree that successful emergency treatment hinges on speed, the speed with which they can communicate, coordinate, and execute their plans to save lives. This is why paramedics scoop and run in a trauma call. The idea is to get the trauma patient as quickly as possible to a place in which full treatment can be delivered. Paramedics are particularly mindful of every minute that they have to respond. During the recent incident at Fort Hood, we saw firsthand the value of speed and training. Many of our soldiers with experience in emergency medicine were able to aid in the lives of the victims in a matter of minutes, undoubtedly saving some of those lives and certainly reducing the longer-term implication of any of the injuries that may have occurred. But what if this incident had occurred off-post, with hundreds of trained personnel not being nearby in an area of our country without cell phone service or broadband capabilities? What if our emergency responders were attempting to fight a forest fire in an undeveloped section in the country? Or what if they were responding, what if our Border Patrol was responding to an incident along some of the remote areas of our borders? From police officers to firefighters to paramedics in the field to officials in state, local, and tribal governments, we all share the responsibility to improve public safety communications by employing cutting-edge interoperable technologies like wireless broadband. DHS believes that broadband will play an important role in improving public safety and communications interoperability and mission effectiveness. The benefits of using broadband technology and tools are manifold. Broadband-enabled applications can facilitate greater situational awareness, faster decision-making, and more rapid emergency response coordination. By promoting collaboration between public safety responders and commercial providers, public safety will be able to enjoy increased economies of scale and take advantage of faster improvements on the commercial side. But as we work to accelerate public safety broadband services and applications, we need to remember that legacy land mobile radio services will be with us for a long time, especially for mission-critical voice. This is why our goal is to promote compatibility and interoperability across agencies, jurisdictions, and communities in a way that helps to leverage these legacy systems as they migrate toward new technologies. Through our stakeholder groups, our working groups, the emergency response community has voiced its need for advanced interoperable data capabilities while continuing robust and reliable voice communications. In fact, just a few weeks ago, I had the privilege of chairing the first meeting of the Emergency Communications Preparedness Center Executive Committee. The ECPC is composed of 12 departments and agencies that are focusing on the very issues that we're here today to discuss, to enhance the coordination of emergency communications initiatives across the federal government. We were also fortunate in this meeting to have representatives of both state and local governments to help us with our deliberations. So to increase coordination at the federal level, Congress has identified 4 key areas for ECPC functions. First, to serve as a focal point for interagency efforts and as a clearinghouse for managing relevant intergovernmental information. Second, to support and promote the ability of responders and officials to communicate when they need to. Third, to work to avoid duplication, hindrances, and counterproductive efforts among member organizations. And finally, to strategically assess and report these coordination efforts to our Congress. Commissioner Baker and others from the FCC attended this inaugural meeting of the ECPC and helped us identify priorities and opportunities to strengthen our nation's emergency communication posture. In fact, the ECPC is also actively engaged and looks forward to providing comments, additional comments on the National Broadband Plan, and that coordination is going on as we speak. We know through our collaborative working groups and emergency responders that using broadband applications is critical over the near and long term. Some of those potential applications of a tactical broadband network would include real-time, full-motion streaming video for command post situational awareness, digital imaging for law enforcement and first responders, remote access to databases and report management systems to improve investigations, mapping and geographic information systems to improve response times, remote sensors, mobile emergency management system applications for improved access to critical data, and weather and status broadcasts. To encourage the more rapid adoption of advanced broadband deployments, DHS recommends standard-based and vendor-neutral technologies. This approach will enable the delivery of wired and wireless technologies that will promote compatibility and interoperability across agencies, jurisdictions, and communities in a way that helps them leverage the legacy systems as they migrate to new technologies. The National Broadband Plan should consider the operational environment within the emergency response community, the community's current use of broadband applications, and how these two factors influence the community's approach to obtaining new broadband capabilities. Ultimately, the plan must address the unique availability, reliability, security, and interoperability needs of public safety and the Homeland Security community at all levels of government. The use of broadband applications by public safety agencies today vary significantly. Most agencies use broadband for remote database access, for remote reporting, and internet or email access, much of which is provided through leases with commercial service providers. The vast majority of public safety agencies do not currently use broadband networks to support mission-critical voice communications. The two broadband examples at the federal level employed by the Transportation Security Administration and the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agencies are the only two that we were able to come up with as we inventoried the federal government. TSA uses commercial wireless broadband services in the 800 megahertz spectrum for mission-critical air-to-ground communications for federal law enforcement officers in flight. Those are the federal air marshals who are on some of our aircraft flying around the country. Secondly, ICE uses commercial broadband networks for intranet access on laptops and other portable electronic devices such as BlackBerries and for voice telephony applications. While wireless technologies have improved significantly over the past few years, our infrastructure to support these technologies has lagged behind. If public safety is going to use evolving broadband technologies for mission-critical capabilities, then we need to expand the infrastructure in regions that are unlikely to be served by commercial providers. The best examples that I have mentioned before are border areas, which include long stretches in remote areas where there is no market to drive commercial investments in communications infrastructure. As I have mentioned earlier also, this is true in large forest areas where the U.S. Forest Service must routinely fight forest fires with minimal infrastructure. But let's be candid, those are the two broad examples. You can go all over the country and find pockets in which that communications capability does not exist. I happen to have a farm in one of them in Rappahannock County, which is only 90 miles from here. And there are pockets throughout that county that you simply do not have access. So this capacity, this capability is vitally critical for our public safety and emergency communications. In addition to the public safety challenges to expand broadband technology, we also have to engage in the emergency medical services community as critical partners in broadband development and deployment to ensure that broadband networks can provide telemedicine, remote monitoring, and other critical public health services. As I mentioned at the outset, DHS believes wireless broadband services will play an important role in improving public safety and Homeland Security communications interoperability and mission effectiveness. To that end, DHS has begun to develop a technology roadmap and is updating the National Emergency Communications Plan, or the NECP, which is the first national plan that's been presented to Congress to advance the efforts on operable and interoperable emergency communications. When the NECP was submitted to Congress last year, it did not include specifics on technology or the future of broadband. As the FCC develops the National Broadband Plan, DHS will monitor recommendations and, where appropriate, include them in a revision of this National Emergency Communications Plan. DHS supports the development of a nationwide public safety broadband network, and in order to most effectively respond in emergency situations, federal departments and agencies should be given access to a nationwide public safety broadband network for public safety communications uses. Federal agencies have aligned with their state, local, and tribal partners in mutual aid agreements, shared spectrums, and tower facilities, and shared infrastructure and systems arrangement. With respect to the convergence, with respect to security, convergence of these networks presents another challenge. Federal, state, and local public safety organizations will use a nationwide broadband network for a wide variety of applications to meet mission-specific requirements. In some cases, the network will replace or augment existing technologies, such as mission-critical voice communications. In those situations, users will expect that the new networks will provide the same security features as those provided by legacy systems. In other cases, the networks will be used in novel ways that users may not have those same security expectations if faced with the choice between security and cutting-edge capabilities. Therefore, the National Broadband Plan must consider the development, implementation, and management of preemptive access capability, which will enable prioritization and interruption capability for Homeland Security applications. DHS looks forward to continued collaboration with the FCC and other federal agencies and our state, local, and tribal partners to enhance emergency response capabilities and to ensure the safety of the American people. Thank you all for this opportunity to address you, and I look forward to hearing the results of your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Undersecretary Beers. It gives me now great pleasure to ask Jennifer Manor, Deputy Bureau Chief, Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau, who will moderate our first panel, which is focusing on the specific broadband requirements of emergency medical personnel. Ms. Manor?
They have questions. If you raise your hand, Roger in the back will bring you over an index card, and you can fill that in, and they'll be submitted. Also, we have someone following Twitter, so if anyone comes on Twitter, tweets with a question, we'll also be able to ask that. So with that, let me introduce our first panel. Our panel is focused on emergency medical services, applications, and broadband issues. And let me just go through in order who's going to present on our panelists and then who our government participants are. So to my immediate right is Kevin McGinnis, who is the Communications Technology Advisor for Joint National EMS Leadership Conference. Next to him is Bruce McFarlane, who's the Deputy Director of the Emergency Preparedness Initiative at the National Organization on Disability. Next to Bruce is Dr. Dick Katz, who's the Chief of Cardiology and a Professor of Medicine at George Washington University. Next to Dick is Larry Flournoy, who's the Associate Director at the Academy for Advanced Telecommunication and Learning Technology at Texas A&M University. And finally, but certainly not least, is Jonathan Linkus, who's the CEO of the American Telemedicine Association. Joining us from the government side are three folks. First is Jeff Goldthorpe, who's Chief of the Communication Systems Analysis Division at the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau. Next to him is Rob Kenny, who's the Director of Media Relations, also in the Bureau, but I should add used to work for the New York State Department of Health. And finally, we have one replacement, Tim Perrier, who's the Director of our Operations Center, unfortunately had an emergency. And so Dr. Bill Lane, our Chief Engineer for the Bureau, has kindly agreed to take his place. So with that, I'd like to turn the floor over to Kevin. Just in terms of format, we're going to do presentations, and then following the presentations, we'll open up for questions both from folks on the floor folks on Twitter, and our government panelists. So with that, Kevin.
Thank you, Jennifer. EMS, as we know it today, is barely 40 years old. In that time, we've improved remarkably the way that we can bring advanced care to the field. At the same time, in that time, we have not advanced our ability to communicate in the field. We started off with VHF and UHF communications, and there's primarily voice-critical communications, a little bit of telemetry thrown on the side, and over the last 40 years, we've layered on some other capabilities, but by and large, the system we had in 1974 when those folks were on TV is still with us. In the last few years, ambulance services have begun to experiment with sending video of patients in the field to emergency physicians in the hospital, and they've also been using broadband to send patient data largely back to their bases for data processing, using systems of municipal 2.4 gigahertz mesh-type systems as well as commercial wireless. And we've really encouraged them to do this, to take the steps to move into this age of broadband, while at the same time recognizing and cautioning them on the weaknesses in some of those systems in terms of reliability and EMS priority. The need for improvement to EMS communications has been recognized on many occasions. We would encourage the Commission to consider in the National Broadband Plan its own work on the Joint Advisory Committee on EMS Communications, and also the Department of Homeland Security's SAFECOM Statement of Requirements for Public Safety Communications, a document that was painted by practitioners who see the future of our needs for public safety communications, which includes broadband. The problem we have in EMS is that on any ambulance call, we have so much information floating around us, swirling around us, that we may not be aware of. Information about other events that may impact what we're doing, information about resources that we may need. Will the trauma center be ready for us? Is there a helicopter available? Is the extrication crew going to be able to come and join us? Oftentimes we don't know that until we ask the question, and by then it may be too late. Further, we don't all the players on any one emergency medical call have the same picture of what's going on or what's needed, from the physician in the emergency department to the medic of the scene to the incoming air medical crew. And that is a problem. In the rural area, it's even worse because our infrastructure for communicating those things is weaker. What we need to have situational awareness and a common operating picture in EMS is more than voice communications. Voice communications are becoming a bottleneck for us. As EMS becomes busier and busier and our call volume nationally is growing and growing, and as emergency departments get busier and busier with H1N1 and ED overcrowding and doctors get busier, there's less opportunity for Kevin the medic to have an availability at the same moment as the doc and the ED to discuss the patient that Kevin the medic is trying to take care of. So what we need is a network of databases out there, databases that will give us real-time updated information about resources like helicopters and trauma centers, events like other car crashes that may be drawing ambulances to them. And we need to be able to push out information to those databases and park it until the doctor and the ED is ready to look at it and analyze it and then get back to us, and vice versa. We need to be able to push out complex multi-sign biotelemetry, medical quality video, patient history information from repositories, and images, diagnostic imaging. We also need to have user interfaces that work for people like paramedics and emergency physicians, who are very visual people for the most part. Something that you can look at like this on a PDA or a mobile data unit or the PC in the ER that shows events like other calls in the area and resources like the helicopter or the trauma center. And for information that's not readily apparent on that interface, you should be able to drill down by hitting an icon and get all the information you want. Another problem we have in EMS is that a lot of what we do is sequential processing. You get to the scene, on your way to the scene, you get a little bit of information, you act on it. You get to the scene, you get a little bit of information, you act on it, so on until the patient's transported to the hospital. What we need to be able to do is parallel process so that we can act more quickly and more appropriately, so that when I get to the scene, I talk into my microphone as I'm approaching the patient and give my impression, and that voice input gets translated into a text file, which goes into a database ad hoc. At the same time, I'm placing a little monitor on the patient's chest, and a multi-vital sign set of data starts to flow to yet another database. At the same time, my video cam is sending video into another database. And finally, I either grab a chip from the patient and put it into my PDA, or I go online and get a patient record from the regional repository for medical records for that patient. And so now I've created 4 or 5 databases on an ad hoc basis, and on the other end, in the emergency department, when the doctor's ready, the doctor has it. The doctor assesses it. The doctor sends a message back to me. Maybe it's an emergency and they have to break into what I'm doing, but maybe not. Maybe they can just leave it out there for me as well. That's the future, and that's where we need to get to. In order to get there, our future holds continued use of mission-critical communications that we have today, and yet also we need to look at some innovative uses of 4G capabilities in a national public safety broadband network. I see a mix of the 700 megahertz system that has been proposed with existing 4.9 gigahertz public safety hotspot technology, and let's try and link those with something we already have or are building, which is fiber. We have telemedicine and other fiber out there, and if we can create nodes to that fiber using 700 or 4.9 from rural areas, we'll be able to wirelessly send from ambulances to the fiber and then send it a dozen miles or 100 miles to the hospital. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. And with that, I'm going to turn the floor over to Bruce.
Good morning. First off, I'd like to thank the FCC and the Georgetown University Medical Center for the opportunity to talk about disabilities to such a distinguished group of people. I'm not a techie by any stretch of the imagination, but I do know disabilities. I'm a lifelong member of disabilities. And I've also been highly involved in emergency management at the U.S. Department of Agriculture while I was there for 32 years. And one of the things that we've learned with disabilities is the fact that people with disabilities best know their ability in the time of an emergency. So just like the emergency management and the responders, timely and accurate information is critical to people with disabilities. Now, I understand that I'm actually representing your clients, your customers, actually the people, the evacuees, the people that have been injured and so forth and so on. So how do your folks communicate to these people? What we do is we break out in the disability arena, we break it out into 4 basic groups. And these are things that I encourage you to consider as you're drafting up these plans. The first group is deaf and hard of hearing. For these folks, whether they are the victims or the people that have been injured, or whether they are people that are on your staff, for deaf and hard of hearing, it has to be visual. Wireless, email, text messages, pen and paper. And if you have these capabilities, especially at the hospital, medical centers and so forth, American Sign Language. Sign language, by the way, is not just ASL. There are a dozen different types of sign languages. But for the general population, it's ASL. The second group, low vision and blind. For that particular group, it's all about audio. It's all about sound. Making sure that they can hear. Just because they're blind doesn't mean that they're deaf, and you have to shout. Talk in a normal voice. And one other thing with the blind, people that use service animals, do not separate them. That is their ticket to freedom. Do not separate the service animals from the owner. Mobility dexterity. Evacuation devices, the same principle. Time and time again, we hear people being referred to as being confined to a wheelchair. Folks, that wheelchair is their source of freedom. It's all your perspective. They're not confined to that wheelchair. That gives them their source of freedom. If they have to be evacuated or medically treated, please do what you can to ensure that the wheelchair goes with them. Also, in wheelchair situations, look for multiple disabilities. There may be some communication issues involved with folks that are in wheelchairs, scooters, and things of that nature. The last group is mental, cognitive, and intellectual. Keep it simple. Anything more than 2 steps of instructions, you will lose that person. Keep it simple. Now, another point that I'd like to bring out is the fact that emergency responders have disabilities as well. I am a close personal friend of a fire chief in Allentown, Pennsylvania, who is deaf. So as you're developing these systems and these broadband policies, rules, and regulations, understand that your first responders may also have disabilities. And keep those thoughts in mind. New services that have impacted the disability community and in actuality has excited them. Black Hawk County, Iowa has developed the first in the nation 911 text capability. It's phenomenal, and it impacts not only the deaf population, but also people who may not be able to talk if they've been in an accident, but can reach their PDA and send a text message. It's an exciting opportunity to expand the capabilities of emergency request, emergency alerts, and emergency response. I was at the FCC conference in Atlanta in September, and the Las Vegas public broadcast station talked about how they're using their broadcast signal to provide critical on-site data to the fire department, the police department, emergency medical, as they are responding to an incident using the broadcast signal. It is not available to the general public. Special devices have been added to the vehicles, the emergency response vehicle. It opens up a whole new avenue, and I understand what you're talking about, parts of the country that may not have radio and or telephone service, but public broadcast can reach out across those spaces, and maybe that is an answer we need to look at. The last thing I'd like to bring up is the NFPA quote. NFPA is the National Fire Protection Agency. They put out a booklet in 2007 on emergency preparedness for people with disabilities. And it goes like this, folks. Pay attention. Disability is not about a group of people. Disability is about a period of time in each and every single one of our lives. Everyone in this room, at some point in time, will have a disability. It might be a short period of time, or it might be a lifelong commitment like mine. Prepare now, plan now for what you may have in the future of a disability. And the focus of that is representation. Please, nothing about us without us. Make sure that on your committees and your groups, as you're developing these plans, that you include a person with disability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bruce. With that, I turn the floor over to Dr. Katz.
Thank you. We're going to have some slides. I'll get these slides up here. Yes, thank you. I'm coming to you as a physician, a cardiologist in inner city, and dealing with our population and some of the emergency issues that come up, not only with cardiovascular problems, but emergencies in general. You've already heard, and I'll just reiterate some, that we can now transmit medical information. I'll show you some examples of where we are now and how close we are to just being able to deploy a lot of these capabilities. We can use our cell phones to access information both on the scene or through the medical records that patients have. In addition, things that maybe haven't been touched on is that there are emergency messages and alerts that can be sent out to our population in various areas or in a very wide area. And then general health messages can be sent out as well as PSAs, public service announcements, that may not be immediate emergencies but may be impending needs. And then finally, you've heard, of course, about communication with the other areas. So here we have where we've come in the last few years. What used to be the cell shoe, I guess, the phone shoe, but is now really what we used to call the cell phone is really a handheld computer. It is a access to all kinds of information that is attached to our pockets now. And it's nice to sort of be at a time where you tell people to keep your cell phones on rather than turning them off. In that regard, we've had an introduction here to pre-hospital wireless vital signs. There are a variety of ways of doing things. There are things called smart Band-Aids, which can be applied to the wrist or to the chest, which can start picking up blood pressure, heart rate, heart rhythm, and transmit a strip of the electrocardiogram on that is continuous, oxygen content of the blood, as well as the information that there could be these video images as well, and communication back to various base stations. At GW, for example, we're using a simple little system called MVism, which allows our system to let cardiologists get electrocardiograms immediately from either the site or from the emergency room. In that regard, there are a couple ways of doing this, but a simple way is there's an electrocardiographic machine, which is sort of the size of a laptop, which has its leads. You put that on the chest at the site, and it transmits automatically, really without a separate cell phone, to a server. We have this server in our emergency room at GW, and that signal then is transmitted to my cell phone wherever I am automatically, and the quality is pristine. It's exactly like looking at the original. I have right here in my pocket now. I can access all the EKGs that are in our emergency room, or ones that are sent to the emergency room. So you have either these are people who are in the emergency room, and the emergency room docs want to say, okay, we got to get your team in. Do we have to get your team in here instantaneously to get this heart attack victim in the catheterization lab, and or not, particularly on off hours? And so wherever we are, we can instantly read this and say, yes, let's call the team, and you push a button, and they're there. That's right available now. That same system can also transmit sonograms, echocardiograms, and other sonograms. So if you happen to have a little handheld sound wave machine at your site, whether again it's the emergency room or at a distant site, those live images are immediately transmittable. This is encrypted. It's secure. There's not a problem in that regard. In addition, we have an electronic medical record, like hopefully more and more people do, and now I can access that EMR from my handheld cell phone. I can look at the patient's problems, I can look at their medications, and I can order a prescription for them to their pharmacy from wherever I am. I still do go to work. And I can also email to the emergency room that they happen to be, if they're visiting in California or wherever, this, with the patient's permission, this information. So the EMR access is already there. This is only part of their record, but we're working with the company that we have our EMR to expand the entire record that this patient has. Similarly, patients can create an online PHR, is the lingo, personal health record. This is an individual can do this. There are free services as well as some that have some expense, mild expense, and that is accessible with security to health care providers. Sitting above this, both Microsoft and Google now have what I'll call mega PHRs. They're free, and people can store medical information, and you can thus have a fairly basic health information exchange system. So wherever you are, if you give patients a patient gives passwords, or that password is sitting in your phone, you're on, you can access that information. The other thing is that the CDC also already has some of this information with their Mobile Health Coalition. This is online. They utilize mobile health technologies for health information dissemination, surveillance, and data collection, and health and safety interventions. So here is just an example of at a hurricane site where someone is communicating through this CDC access. And then finally, public service announcements, again, if there are health issues like flu vaccine issues, where you can find them, what the waiting list is, and such. I put this together, putting the patient in the center. You've got the healthcare team as part of that, and each of these little pieces can all now be interconnected. So for next steps, as you are hearing here, we're here to improve availability and affordability for patients as well as the EMS services and such of this service, interfacing these different systems, making sure there's an exchange and compatibility, and we have to educate our public that what's now available, and they can actually have availability, so they're carrying these things around. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Katz. And with that, I'd like to turn the floor over to Larry.
I'll try to keep the think speak and the geek speak to a minimum in this. I need to get my slides set up, though, the mnemonics I need. One thing what I'll be addressing in these few minutes are points of existing programs in the FCC and other agencies which are not unreasonable to roll into the new National Broadband Plan, but have particular warts on them that we really have to get out of the plan. Technology is generally not the problem. We have lots of technology. We have lots of roadblocks in the way that are keeping us from using the technology. Things such as lack of economic incentives. Hopefully part of that's being addressed by the Recovery Acts. We have congressional intent interpretations artificially restricting eligibility, and I do mean artificially restricting. We have FCC agency rules artificially restricting eligibility. We have industry practices such as cherry picking. Look at Sprint's routes down the nice big freeways, and look at all the rural America that doesn't have cell towers. You know, it's just a really good example. You know, I can read better over here. Delayed functionality rollout. We have significant functionality in a number of the telecommunications products, such as cell phones, so that we can individually address a rural ambulance and give it significant capacity. This is in the Rev A code. It's not turned on anywhere. We have a lack of standards for handoff for emergency services. This is not dealt with. It's there. The ability's there. It's not being dealt with. Technology availability for the 700 megahertz and the P25 is an issue. This is one of the things that we've got to deal with going forward. Okay, technology. This is a slide set of the DREAMS family, Disaster Relief Emergency Medical Services. This was a project funded by the DOD. In this particular case, it's a family of ambulances, military vehicles, portable telemedicine systems, technology that includes multiple cameras at field. It is technology agnostic and use satellite, wireless, cell phones, analog, you know, whatever you want. Like I said, multiple cameras, EKGs. Basically, you can put for en-route care or at the scene emergency equipment, most of the equipment that you could have in an emergency room. Now, we don't carry an X-ray. It's feasible. We can do it. We don't. It's not reasonable. But the reasonable things you can go out there to do en-route care, to preserve the golden hour, to extend the golden hour. You know, around here, you probably got a 10 to 14 minute round trip on an ambulance. In West Texas, you're looking 2 hours one way just to get from Laredo to the edge of Webb County. That's one way. There's only 11 ambulances in Webb County, and that's a large chunk of the state of Maryland. So there are issues when you need en-route care. I won't spend a lot of time on this because there are other more importance. This is a project which has been going on for a number of years, and we're hoping we can move it further. Economic Sustainability. Federal dollars can initiate, it cannot sustain. We cannot continue to depend on federal dollars to do everything. This has to be done with matching funds and operating funds from state, regional, and local sources. Community networks provide local and regional shared funding opportunities. The focus of moving forward for the National Broadband Plan should be at the local, the county and the council of government area, where the most discretionary funds can be combined in these cash-starved areas in order to facilitate shared services. You know, we got lots of nice long national broadband connectivity. We don't have a lot of the local stuff in the small areas. Should the National Broadband Plan and others adopt sponsorship of community networks? That's a question I'd like to lay to the FCC. Should they encourage and support the education of medical management that appropriate security and privacy tools exist? Those of us that have been in the administrative and management of medical schools and hospitals know how hard it is to beat medical administrators into submission over that their traffic's not special. Their traffic can be perfectly taken care of just as well as the NSA traffic. NSA, spook traffic, now share fibers. We do lots of things at the levels. There's no reason medical should be any different. Congressional intent. The FCC interpretation of the 1996 Act eliminates the majority of the ambulance services in the nations because they're not wholly owned subsidiaries of hospitals. The minority of ambulances in the nation are wholly owned in hospitals. The majority are not. This significantly reduces the ability of these rural services to support at the scene and en route advanced trauma and acute care. Agency rules. Emergency services are a named focused concept in the FCC Rural Healthcare Pilot Program, yet the regional and local services coordinators who take over all medical control in an emergency are not eligible entities to be on the backbone to see the medical traffic, because they don't give daily health care. USAC and the FCC are defining what a medical institution is. This should not be. They should be accepting other federal agency definitions of what this is. Our larger scale plans should focus around county governments and councils of government. All problems are local. The internet is not the 21st century panacea. The internet has been defined as the default backbone for the National Healthcare Information Network. Yet the internet, like the POTS phone system, is very subject to local and regional overload. Witness 911 and the hurricanes in the Gulf of Mexico. Yet local and regional private networks, and in this sense private means any network that's not PSTN, they survive most of the time because of diverse routing and entirely different policies on what goes on. These need to be considered as key components in our critical national infrastructure. NG 911, this is an area a lot of you may not know about, but there is a Next Generation 911 program. This is critical for ongoing emergency medical services and public safety, that the integration of the NG 911 be seamless into the National Broadband Plan that allows us to support SMS, cell phones, voice over IP, computers. No matter where that individual picks up and makes a call, we need to be able to identify where they are and get that information and ancillary information such as images to the emergency responder in a timely fashion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And finally, last but not least, Jonathan.
Thank you, and it's a pleasure being here, and it's good to be the last one on because I can cut away a lot of what's already been said. Use and benefits of broadband health services have been very well documented. You've heard a lot of it today. It's been demonstrated, recommended, and even required by federal agencies, Congress, and independent bodies. Yet to date, practically every suggestion, recommendation, and every requirement has been ignored. The promises have been disregarded, and the opportunities have been unfortunately squandered. Well, I'm grateful to the opportunity to address this, but I think there's many people who have been involved in use of telemedicine for emergency response who are a little frustrated, and some are even cynical. But I'm really cautiously optimistic, and here's the good news. As you heard today, that some of the work that's being done, for example, at Georgetown Hospital with the MVism and some of the other work with M Health, means a lot of this is going ahead anyway. even without the federal government's role in coordinating this. Since 1995, ATA has been exploring how remote healthcare services can be used in emergency response. And there's a lot of areas where it can be, and there's a lot of areas where perhaps it shouldn't be involved in emergency response and get involved in the middle of what first responders are doing and immediately after a disaster. But there's many examples are plentiful of where this is being used today. Wireless monitors, like you've just heard. The military has something called the BEMIS, which is a technology they've been developed and deployed for the U.S. military. Remote telepathology applications are used to determine exact causes of diseases from distances. Telemedicine has been used to support local health providers in the aftermath of earthquakes, tsunamis, and hurricanes, but mostly overseas, not in this country. Forward beaming video and data streams have been used in ambulances in Tucson, Arizona, and now being deployed in a variety of other communities around the country. One example of broadband healthcare applications on a kind of a grand scale is something that's called the concept of a national meta network of existing medical networks. Right after 9/11, Michael Powell, who was then chairman of the FCC, asked Jay Sanders, who was president of the American Telemedicine Association, to suggest ways to use telemedicine for emergency medical response. So we developed a paper and delivered to the chairman. It's called The Telemedicine Response to Homeland Safety and Security, Developing a National Network for Rapid and Effective Response for Emergency Medical Care. There's about 200 networks, medical networks in the United States that serve about 3,000 communities. Our proposal was to link them together, these vertical networks, into a horizontal network that would then form a lifeline for certain type of emergencies around the country. These would enable public health services and medical services to create a seamless expertise at key national centers, linking in areas like the Centers for Disease Control, the National Institutes of Health, to people like first responders and medical and health providers, regardless of their location. That concept has been applauded, has been used, but we have yet to see it being implemented. So there's a number of recommended changes for federal policy that have been made over the years and still remain to be brought about. I'm going to highlight 4 of those recommendations that have been made in the years before and even required under law but still have not been implemented. And none of these, by the way, require any additional large use, or most of them no use of additional federal dollars. One is the use of telemedicine and DMAT teams. Changes in rules related to federally designated disaster medical assistance teams will allow the expanded use of telemedicine and disaster response and incorporate the use of broadband telecommunications services to support the deployed medical providers. This has been endorsed by at least 2 Surgeon Generals of the United States, has been proposed within the Department of Health and Human Services for many years. Nothing has been done yet. The FCC should initiate a dialogue on this issue with HHS to explore how such broadband applications can improve the use of DMAT teams, and that should be done this year. Fixing the universal service support. Larry referred to some of the issues we have currently with the rural health care program. Based on the suggestions out of our 9/11 paper, the FCC did expand the rural health care program to include public health agencies. And in 2006, they established a pilot program to support the development of state and regional broadband networks and services around the country. But as you've heard, that program is badly broken and really needs a lot of work to get it fixed. A lot of it can be done within the Federal Communications Commission. Some of it needs legislation, and we are working with members of Congress to get that accomplished. Completion of a mandated national study and inventory. In 2006, the Pandemic and All Hazards Preparedness Act, passed by Congress, signed into law, required HHS to assess the use of telemedicine for disaster response and develop a national inventory of such capabilities, as well as a plan for integrating the use of technology for such emergencies. That requirement was made and was to be met about 3 years ago, still has not been done. The FCC should coordinate with HHS to meet the requirements of this legislation. And finally, implementing federal report recommendations. There's been 2 independent federal reports that have involved the FCC that have made a number of recommendations regarding the use of telemedicine and disaster response. The FCC, an independent panel, developed a panel to review the impact of Hurricane Katrina on the communications networks. One of our people here, Jim Bugel, chaired that group, and a number of other people were members of that group. A number of recommendations, good recommendations, came out. I think there's a lot of them that have not been implemented yet. And finally, there was a Federal Joint Advisory Committee on Communication Capabilities of Emergency Medical and Public Health Care Facilities. I think that was the one you actually chaired. That group actually came out with this report in 2007, made a number of recommendations for telehealth and telemedicine. Most of those have not yet been implemented. So again, I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide these comments. I am remaining a cautious optimist, and I look forward to the conversation we have again from here.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. I just want to remind folks to please raise your hand if you'd like a card. Roger will bring it over. I promised the guys on the left that I wouldn't make them work too hard, so don't make me look bad. So with that, I think we'll start with questions from our government participants. Jeff, do you have one?
Yeah. Yes, I do. Thanks, Jennifer. When I was listening to Dr. Katz, I was interested to hear a lot of the things that are being done today, and it sounded to me like what I would call telemetry. A lot of the data was coming in. It sounded like almost like low-speed data. I know the electrocardiograms, that was an image that was displayed on the screen, but even that could probably come in as data and then be rendered as an image on the cell phone. So that's today, and I'm wondering if technology is what limits you from doing more, and if so, what more would you like to see done? And that just Dr. Katz to start, and maybe to the rest as well, in terms of applications.
Well, as far as applications go, I mean, most of this is pretty fast. It's actually getting my staff in the emergency room to, let's say an electrocardiogram is done, for them to sort of load it onto the server. But all they have to phone me. I can look at that really very, very quickly. That image is really residing on the server, so my phone's just accessing it. Nothing, and so it's fairly quick. What we don't have is getting it out into the field. So we don't have a broad availability of, let's say, these little portable EKG machines, which don't even use the phone, but they could zip right to that server. So coordinating that with our emergency medicine services in the city would be very helpful. But I think that we've got to sort of get some very basic, use the basic information that we have. We don't need to be having huge, at least in the city, in many situations, to be able to help the EMS staff with regards to these vital signs and such. So I'm not sure that it's more maybe the availability, not necessarily the speed of the technology. When it comes to more distant areas, outside of, in the rural areas, then that becomes obviously an issue.
Anyone else?
Yeah. You can easily do a 12 lead and 4800 baud and talk at the same time. And excuse me, I apologize. You can easily do a 12 lead EKG off of, say, a ProPac monitor or an HP monitor. There's lots of portable monitors used in the field. We routinely do demonstrations from DC to Houston. During Katrina, Dr. Red Duke triaged patients in New Orleans at that convalescent home that had been abandoned. We were sitting there with one of the blue ambulance. That blue ambulance was sitting there with 2 armored Humvees, a bus, and a bunch of ambulances, and we were triaging those patients from the emergency room in the Texas Medical Center using a couple of Verizon cell phones. Cell phones work just fine, not 504 cell phones, but regular cell phones. And so EKGs and the data rates, everything that you want to do remotely from deep West Texas or rural Maryland, if you can find such a place, you can do inside 9600 baud. When you go to video, then you have a whole different animal. But you can do medicine, TPR, and a lot of other things, and we've got tons of data to back this up because we've done it all over the nation in experimentation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Rob, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Jennifer. Being in media relations, I want to take this up about 30,000 feet, and I want to ask in particular both Larry and Kevin their perspective on how we better coordinate at the state level down to the local level, particularly in a time when you have limited resources and funding, to best utilize the funding that is available here with the broadband initiative, to basically look at, from the governor's office to state health departments to departments of Homeland Security, and how they help the counties regionalize their approaches and hopefully bring some of these projects together from a statewide basis. And then the second piece of that would be not only look at traditional first responders, but how we build in the medical response on that side as well as public health. Kevin?
I think in terms of trying to establish a nationwide capability for broadband, there's already a proposal on the table, and I think that's the National Public Safety Broadband Network Initiative, which would be a public-private partnership and would be funded largely by the private entities involved in that. And I think that it's been shown to be a workable process. Another thing that I think would be innovative to allow us to leverage existing infrastructure would be what I mentioned about medical and other fiber networks that have been placed, have been funded out there in rural America to link rural health centers with small hospitals with large hospitals. If you can put nodes or antennas along those and allow a 700 system, or in some closer in cases a 4.9 system, to access those, you can download broadband data and send them on their way 100 miles or 200 miles. So I think there are ways to do some of that leveraging, and there are going to be some ways to pay for the system that don't require federal or state money.
True to my nature of wanting to do everything local, you really need to skip the governor's office and you need to skip the state health departments. You know, there's significant political issues associated with both of them, diversion of money to fix other problems in the state, diversion of money to fix FIN and other things. So the ARRA and the guys of RUS and NTIA, BIP and BTOP program, have done a really great thing where they've put these grants out so that the counties, the COGs, the individual cities can go after the money without a fear of it being stolen away from them and never getting to the little guy. So sticking with a model like that where you do a technology transfer from people who are experienced in writing grants, because most of the little people aren't experienced in writing except DHS grants. You know, we've been beating judges up regularly, just hitting them between the eyes, saying there are other opportunities out there besides DHS and this one and this one and this one. Think much more laterally, but keep it where it can go straight to the county and the regional level and avoid the other political issue.
Okay, thank you. And before I turn to Bill, I'm going to actually take one of the audience questions if I can. One of the audience members asked, can you please address the international communications issues involving telemedicine? For example, in our global world, Americans or their doctors could be traveling abroad when medical emergencies arise. And this is for any of the panelists who would like to address this. Larry?
Okay, we go right back to what I call private networks right now. You know, we can go out here, Dave Lambert, CIO of Georgetown. We can hook up, and you want to talk to Italy, you want to talk to Dubai, Sharjah, you want to talk to Japan, we can do microscopy to Japan right now from one of the lab rooms in this building, because Internet 2 and National Lambda Rail and GIANT in Europe, the Japanese group, the Micronesian group, we have significant communications in place right now. We just need to build the people bridges to do it. And, you know, and we do these kind of things all the time. We run 10 gigabit circuits at 9.9 gigabit to Switzerland, to CERN. So the capability, the functionality is there. It's just the knowledge, it's ignorance in a lot of the areas that we have technical capabilities. We've just got to get the people paths made.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Can I make a comment on that? There's about 100 hospitals in the United States right now that use telemedicine to provide medical services to developed nations. Most people don't know that. And some of it's using broadband, high broadband networks. Some of them are not. And one example, actually from England, Roger Swinfen, who's a member of the House of Lords, has something called the Swinfen Charitable Trust. And they provide medical services to people throughout many remote, hard-to-reach areas. Probably the largest area is Afghanistan, where they use simple email, where services, descriptions, data, and a few pictures are sent and referred to specialists. In Chicago, the ICONS network, run by Dr. William Kennedy Smith, is also operating a very effective system So there's a lot of these actually that are coming around the corner. I wouldn't be surprised if Georgetown does something today, but a lot of other hospitals around the country are actually using telemedicine to provide services to developing nations.
Let me make
Thank
one
you.
more
Please,
point.
Larry.
That DOD is, very shortly, we'll be looking at a research project. We lose a number of soldiers from the high areas in Afghanistan. Above 12,000 feet, we only have one category of bird that can extract someone. So we're getting guys that are having to wait 2 or 3 hours sitting on a mountaintop for an extraction. They get hypothermia, they survive the operation, they die 3 to 5 days later because of massive organ failure. We're looking at how we can have a Maven sitting at AMED at Fort Sam Houston and down in San Antonio and work with a buddy responder or a first responder in Afghanistan to do additional stabilization procedures, warm up, a number of things that can be done by semi-trained people, but just get the extra information to him. So, the technology is here. We've just got to use it.
Okay, thank you. Bill, do you have any questions?
Yes, indeed, Jennifer. Thank you very much. Actually, I have a couple, but I'll, at the risk of being a bit duplicative, ask the panel to expand a bit on discussion that was initiated by Undersecretary Beers, and that is the question of rural versus urban environments. So I'd like to ask the panel to address that question again. We've assumed that public safety broadband support is most intense in an urban environment, but in fact, several of you and the Undersecretary have asserted that perhaps the rural services are key to our key to our broadband plan and broadband initiative. And I'd like to ask the panel, please, to expand on that a little bit.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, it doesn't seem logical, but consider this, something we call a paramedic paradox. That is, the farther you are away from a hospital and have encounter an event that's going to kill you at some point, the more you're going to likely benefit from the highest trained EMS responder being at your side. And yet, paradoxically, the least likely, the further you are away from the hospital, you are going to actually have that responder by your side, because rural communities can't afford to pay for paramedics or high-level trained responders, and there isn't enough of a call volume out there to support their practice. Therefore, we have to find a way that we can make other responders in some communities able to provide some of those life-saving interventions, and rather than training them up to the level of a paramedic, which they can't afford necessarily in those communities, we're going to need another form of oversight, and that's going to be a connection to a doctor in an emergency department a long distance away. And that's going to mean medical quality video. It's going to mean being able to send some imaging capabilities to a doctor to interpret those and give orders. And so it's that kind of use, and it's day to day. It's every day, and it's 45 minutes with a patient. It's 2 hours with a patient, constantly. And that's where you're going to start finding some heavy use. One other area is an emerging area called community paramedicine, in which, in order to get those advanced providers into a rural community, we're giving them responsibilities in primary care so that they can do primary care between those rare calls, okay? Keep their skills up. But we're not going to train them to be primary care physician's assistants or doctors. They're going to be paramedics. And in order to do that primary care, it's going to require wireless telemedicine back to the rural health clinic to get the family medicine doc to be able to look at the patient. So a couple of different areas where you're going to see a lot of use.
Does anyone else have any comments? Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask another question from our audience. The healthcare industry has always been a private industry, not public. The federal government may have limited ability to influence the use of technology. Do panel members have any ideas for engaging the medical community? We stumped you with that one. Dr. Katz?
Well, I think that there are a couple of things. One, the medical and communications community, I guess, partially, I think that landlines are all important to be available even in rural communities, whereas broadband is not, and so there's no incentive necessarily, quite the incentive for our communications partners in private sector to necessarily supply it there. As far as the medical community goes, there are all these little startups that are really enthusiastic about, and all these apps that you can see here that are really coming from the creative juices of our private sector. Those are groups, whether it's how to send information and with their software and their security systems and their servers versus the community of how you have miniaturized smart Band-Aids or other ways of monitoring so you can get that information into a cell phone, a broadband kind of format. So whether it's a small business kind of grants or things like that, I think that there should be a range of medical industry that wants to get a piece of this picture.
Thank you. Larry, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, one of the most difficult problems we have in doing things for the DoD and other research projects where we try to standardize and minimize the training cycle. The training cycle and the software is the largest single cost in anything. Nowadays, it is the dominating cost. There are very, very, very few medical manufacturers that actually publish an applications programming interface so that you can interact at the digital level with the devices. Most of them are outsider and antagonistic or outsider aggressive. The marketing department, when you pay $6,000 for an examination camera that has a $300 Taiwanese design in it, and the best thing you can really do is go down and buy a $400 Sony and use it instead of the $6,000 examination camera. But the $6,000 examination camera has a very good name on it, and so you've covered your rear end with insurance because you're using the best, yet you're artificially driving the prices up. And without sharing a standard, there needs to be a national standard for the interaction of medical equipment at the software level. There needs to be a national standard for the interaction of medical equipment at the hardware level. Even though people say, well, that we're Ethernet connected or we're web connected, yeah, you have to use their individual testosterone-charged 19-year-old developed website and have 12 of these websites on one system, and your nurse is going from this website to this web software to this web software instead of having one integrated system that's easy to train, and she goes from panel to panel or he goes from panel to panel. We have an enormous integration problem in the medical industry bringing software and hardware together.
Hey, Jonathan?
Yeah, a couple of comments. In terms of getting the medical community involved, there is a huge involvement of this in terms of technologies and companies. ATA has probably several thousand companies that are involved in providing new products, but there's a problem, and it's a common theme in two different areas. One, unless we get telemedicine, remote healthcare mainstream so that we get reimbursement for medical services done, the private sector is taking the lead. United Healthcare is doing that now. Kaiser Permanente is doing it. The Blues are all doing it in many, many different states. Medicare has resisted it adamantly for many years, will not reimburse, has done everything in their power to inhibit the growth of the use of remote healthcare. That is a real problem. Secondly, in terms of the technology, there's a lot of different applications that are out there, but we are moving toward having all of these applications go into a generalized use, and they're all using the public backbone of the network. And so I think it's really important as we move ahead in using telecommunications and getting telemedicine or getting remote healthcare used, we have to use the public backbone. We have to start expanding wireless connectivity in rural areas. I think it's a right. I think we need to expand the spectrum available, and we need to get the public health networks out to every place in the country in terms of wireless access and broadband.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions over here, Jeff?
Yeah, I have one for Bruce. And Bruce, I was listening to your remarks, and in particular with interest to the sort of the needs of the disabled community when they're being cared for by an emergency responder. What I'm interested in now is what do you think that the community needs in the way of, what do you think broadband could do to help improve the level of care that, say, an EMT could provide to members of the, various members of the disabled community in terms of applications?
I don't think that there's actually a one answer fits all. One of the things that the disability community is that it's extremely diverse, and lots of different issues with regards to access to that information. But it is focused primarily on timely and accurate information in the two-way exchange. If you're looking at it from the patient level, which is what we're doing, then the first responders have this issue of how do I communicate with someone who might have cerebral palsy or something along those lines, or traumatic brain injury, and how do we go about doing that? There are plenty of training programs that are available out there, either through the FEMA and the National Emergency Management Institute. We offer at National Organization on Disability training programs as well. But it's really about, I think our primary focus is bringing the disability community to the table so that emergency management, whether it's fire, police, emergency medical technicians, and the disability community, work with each other, not one working for the other. And it's creating that partnership at the planning level along this line. The problem is finding qualified individuals within the disability community that speak the language and is diverse enough in their approach to represent all disabilities. That's why I talked about the 4 different groups. Quite common to find a deaf person who's extremely knowledgeable in tech space and technology and so forth, but doesn't have a clue as to how to communicate with somebody who's visually impaired or somebody who has a cognitive disability. So bridging some of those gaps is going to be difficult. I will grant that to you, but it's something that we have to start meeting at the table and finding out. But that's the best way to approach it.
Thank you, Bruce. We have time for one last question. I believe Bill had a question.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. I address my question first to Dr. Katz, and then perhaps others in the panel can address it because each alluded to it at one point in some fashion. And it deals, and I noted with interest that the MVism equipment and system used GSM, GPRS cellular carriers for your connectivity. And some of the comments suggested that the existing cellular networks could provide the connectivity that you desire. One of the areas of interest within Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau and our outreach effort has been in encouraging the use of priority services to allow not only first responders from the fire and police community, but also the medical communities to also take advantage of priority services to allow you the priority access into those cellular architectures. To Dr. Katz first and then to the other panelists, what role should priority services play in our national broadband plan?
I'm probably not a good one to answer that because I deal at the clinical level and really not at these technical levels. So hopefully there are people here who really know about this infrastructure better than I do, and I'm hoping they can solve it.
Larry?
A couple of big points. One thing right off the bat, the Office of the National Coordinator doesn't recognize cellular data. You know, you can have a protected POTS line that will go on to emergency and be guaranteed traffic. And you can have cell phones that will now, but not a cellular data modem, which is primarily what you would use and what you're wanting to do. Another very simple thing is, said cell phones don't work in New Orleans during the hurricane. Nah, they work just fine. Cell phones from area code 504, whose entire power transformer was underwater in the basement, on Poydras Street, they didn't work. But all the 713 cell phones. So if you're going to have emergency cell phone somewhere, an emergency data modem somewhere, pick them from another area code. Bring them in from Dallas for New Orleans and Houston. You know, make little things like this, because fiber goes both ways on every cell tower. Very few cell towers actually were destroyed or were down more than a few hours in that hurricane. They were gotten up very, very fast. 1,000 Verizon, and I'm not pushing Verizon, 1,000 Verizon cell modems were being handed out the next day for anybody that needed them. There, like I said, there's a lot of technology out there. Getting Office of the National Coordinator for us to be able to get modems that could preempt so that we could move data. Getting Category A code so that we could actually use it. We tried 5 years ago trying to get in the ISO program and the European program a preemptible programmatic introduced that would say, here's an ambulance or an emergency services vehicle, and I'm in cell tower XYZ, which each modem knows where it is, and I'm going that away, and give them another end and let the code calculate the cell towers it's going through, assign a preemptive channel, and then do an immediate handoff. Most of your problems in doing data in motion is because of the handoff and transition, because one amplifier wants to glom on and hold on. But if you pre-assign a channel, you get a smooth handoff running through the thing. The same thing with satellite. We now have satellite KU band terminals. You can do 70 miles an hour down the road, make a hard right turn underneath the freeway, come back out, lose, and re-inquire in a half a second. We didn't used to have that. You know, ours was the first one that we developed inside the DREAMS program that we could do it, and we still have it sitting there as a prototype. But now there's 2 commercial versions, less than $50,000. When we get a KA band satellite, when we finally get KA band birds, or we start using some of the Canadian B-bird, we can use a small antenna like this that's absolutely directional that we glue on top, glue literally on top of the antenna. NASA's already proved this 10 years ago that we can do it. You know, the technology's here, it's the economic incentive, it's people like yourself saying this is what we need to be pushing, because we have the ability, we just have to keep after it.
Okay.
People, that's the problem.
Thank you so much. And with that, I'm going to close the panel. Thank our panelists very much. If we can give them a round of applause. Our government participants as well, and I would ask everyone to please be back promptly at 10:55 for the start of our second panel. Just for folks who want to know what happened to the questions that didn't get asked, we are going to send them off to our panelists to answer as part of the record, so they will be addressed. And thank you.
Do you have an order in mind here?
ask folks to please be seated. If folks can please return to their seats. What, you couldn't hear me? Can folks please return to their seats so we can get the second panel going? Thank you. If folks can please return to their seats, I'd appreciate it. Okay, we're going to get started. I just wanted to make a couple of brief announcements before we did. The first is we put index cards on folks' chairs for you to write questions. If you have a question that you've written on, raise your hand and we'll have someone come and pick up the card and bring it up to the moderator. The second is for those of you who are following us along on Twitter, please write BB on your message, and that will help focus it so we'll know that that's aimed for this field hearing. So with that, I'd very much like to turn the floor over to my colleague, David Firth, who's also a Deputy Bureau Chief in the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau. Thank you. David.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you all for being here, and welcome to our second panel of today's field hearing. We are going to be focusing on multiple perspectives of police and fire department use of broadband, and we have a really terrific panel, and I think a very diverse panel that's going to bring a number of different perspectives on this issue. So let me go ahead and introduce the members of the panel. On my immediate right is Tim Riley, who is the Chief Information Officer from my hometown of Los Angeles, the Chief Information Officer of the Los Angeles Police Department. And then to his right is Richard Tuma, who is the Director of Emergency Preparedness from Waukesha, Wisconsin. Then we have Randall Hughes, who is the Chief Division of Telecommunications for the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Then we have Eddie Reyes, who is Deputy Chief of the Alexandria, Virginia Police Department. Then Bob Pavlak, who is Chief Engineer of the Public Safety Wireless Broadband System in the Office of the Chief Technology Officer for the Government of the District of Columbia. And finally, Greg Schaefer, who is the Assistant Secretary for Cybersecurity and Communications with the Department of Homeland Security. And once again, we have a number of government participants to help with the discussion and asking questions. Two of them are colleagues of mine at the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau. First, Jeff Cohen, who is Senior Legal Counsel, and then Jeff Goldthorpe, who is the Chief of the Communication Systems Analysis Division. Then we have Tom Peters, who is the Director of Wireless Engineering for the Broadband Task Force at the FCC. And finally, we have Gina Harrison from the National Telecommunications and Information Administration. We're going to start with presentations by all of the panelists. I'll just remind all of them we have this convenient clock up front. We would appreciate it if everybody would try to keep their presentations to 6 minutes so that we'll have time for questions and discussions afterward. And as in the last panel, if anybody in the audience has questions, raise your hand. Someone will bring you an index card, and we'll try to get to as many of those questions as possible. But those that we do not get to, we will deal with in the record after this particular panel. So with that, let me introduce Tim Riley.
Good morning. I want to echo the comments from the earlier panelists to thank Georgetown University for hosting this and for the FCC for allowing us to share our experience with using broadband in public safety today. As the Chief Information Officer for the Los Angeles Police Department, one of my responsibilities is to ensure that we have both voice and data communications out to our field units. with that, I want to talk about a little bit about how we use broadband today and some of our plans for using broadband tomorrow. The city of Los Angeles, just to give you some background, is about 468 square miles, and as you can see by the photograph, it's quite dense in population. So we don't have the rural issues, but we have our own issues with the dense population and the use of commercial networks today. It's about 4+ million population that we serve. We're divided up with 21 geographical areas. We have a little over 10,000 police officers, 3,200 civilian employees, and we need to support all them in their field operations. Again, just in volumes, we receive in our 911 centers over 4 million calls, of which over 1.1 million of those are wireless. With that call volume, it's very important for us to have both a voice and data communications system that can effectively communicate those calls for service to our officers in the field. We have a fleet of over 4,000 vehicles, of which 1,800 of them are currently equipped to receive broadband from our dispatch center. And just again to give you some idea on volumes, just between the cars and our computer-aided dispatch system, we have about 168 million transactions that go over the data network annually. And that excludes all the other information that would be accessing resources and things like that. So we need to have a very robust, very reliable system for us. We currently use a commercial carrier. We have a private and redundant connection with that carrier in the state of California. We're required to not be able to use a virtual private network. Although that requirement has been somewhat relaxed, there are some restrictions still in place that requires us to have this private connection with the carrier. And we have to encrypt our data back and forth between the cars and the communication system. It's imperative for us to have session persistence. Even in a metropolitan area, there are some areas that have limited or sometimes no cell phone coverage or carrier coverage. So it's important for us to have the session persistence. And then security is paramount for us, so it's important for us. We use the carrier to authenticate so that a rogue card couldn't be used, a modem couldn't get onto our network. Plus then we authenticate within our own network as well. This is just a brief depiction of how our network's configured, but basically we have 2 redundant frame relay lines that are connected directly with the carrier and our network, and then we use the cell to get to that frame relay line. And then our information is, as I said, is encrypted, it's firewalled, and we have a number of other authentication requirements on there that keep our network as secure as can be. How we use broadband today, pretty typical. I think you'll hear from all the panelists, but I think it's important to bring up to that because there's still are some areas that I think are different with us. Again, I mentioned the computer-aided dispatch messaging. What we do in Los Angeles is we have such a huge call volume that we don't voice all of our calls. We use data to communicate the non-priority calls, and even on the priority calls, we send those just with a brief voice, and then we follow up with all the details over the data network. We do asset tracking, our vehicles, and our personnel, and we've been working with the National Institute of Justice on a personnel tracking, and that's again for officer safety reasons. We have a pilot project in place right now with a company called 3SI Security Systems that we use to track assets. Also, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department is in the midst of testing that device as well. We also do fingerprint identification, so we access millions of fingerprint records with a wireless device that accesses our broadband network to be able to identify someone in the field. We have automated field reporting. We access our national and state databases. We have some internet access, intranet access to our resources, and those resources include document management system, photo management system, a product called CopLink, which is basically an information resource that has many different agencies sharing data, records and alarm management systems, electronic mail. Our officers receive their subpoenas over email, and so those can be accessed in the police car, and those are about 400,000 per year that are delivered. Again, one other unique asset is we actually have remote locations that we don't have our network connectivity, so we use the broadband network wireless to be able to have communications with those entities that are located in remote sites. We also have a use for that in our command post for unusual occurrences. In the interest of time, we have many other ways that we use broadband today. I think it's important to talk about various things that we have that are very important, such as the Academy Awards that are annually held. It's very critical to have those communications. It's in a mobile environment, so it's critical for us to be able to use that. Real briefly, discussing tomorrow's use of broadband, we're looking at fourth generation. We want enhanced reliability, interoperability with other public agencies, priority of service for unusual occurrences, fixed remote automated license plate recognition systems, and also we're very supportive with the Major City Police Chiefs Association of the 700 megahertz D block going to public safety, because again, bandwidth is everything for us, and having that ability to have some priority on that network is critical. A gentleman mentioned earlier about video. Live video is something that is probably the up-and-coming thing. Officers needing to access that video live out in the field, and the current network today is very limited in being able to support that. Redundant LAN access, so we're looking at this broadband to be able to provide redundancy to our wired networks. Voice over IP communications, where we can actually have telephones in the police cars that can ride over the data network. And then lastly is our next generation 911, as a gentleman mentioned earlier, where texting, photos, videos that are provided from cell phones will be able to be supported in our future broadband networks. With that, I'd like to say thank you again for allowing me the opportunity to share what we're doing today. It was very brief, I understand, but we're appreciative of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'd like to move from Los Angeles to Wisconsin, and Richard Tuma.
Thank you. As the Director of Emergency Preparedness, I wear many hats: 911 Center, the 800 radio system, emergency management. Waukesha County is located just west of Milwaukee, 576 square miles, population of approximately 385,000. We're a little bit larger than the city of Los Angeles, a lot smaller as far as population, and some of our needs are similar, but not to the volume. Because of the population and our mixture of urban and rural communities, we have some unique challenges, not just with technology, but with public safety. The county comprises of 37 units of local government, many of with their own police and fire departments. Fire departments provide EMS services, some to the paramedic level service. We have a county sheriff's department and 25 police departments. The sheriff's department provides law enforcement capabilities through contracts and other services to some of those municipalities, while the fire departments, 28 of them, provide EMS service. Some of the fire departments are also relying on other fire departments for their EMS services. Not every fire department is at the paramedic service level. We have 8 911 centers within the county. Only one is wireless. In 2005, Wisconsin legislation provided funding for one 911 center per county to be the wireless 911 answering point. Why is Waukesha County here today? We've had for years a vision of sharing resources and interoperability both with voice and data applications, not just within the county but for the region. Waukesha County is one of the 5 counties that's part of the UASI region, and I'll delve into that a little bit later. We have a countywide voice radio system. It's an 800 trunked radio system, 13 channels. The reason for that system was many of the police departments had small VHF, UHF systems that were limited in reliability and limited in coverage for countywide activities. We have a countywide MDC system, mobile data computer system. It's not used by fire or EMS. There's limited applications right now that can work on that narrow band frequency. It provided a certain level of interoperability for police departments. Most of the police departments were on this system until recently, when many of them found that they needed a broadband capability with changes to their CAD systems. Police are now using 8 different systems that do not talk to one another and use a mixture of technologies. What problems are we trying to solve here? Police are using a mixture of 800 megahertz data and cellular data. police that are on the 800 system have interoperability between each other, but not with the cellular users. They have limited type of and quantity of data available to them. While the 7 departments using cellular are on separate systems, they cannot talk to one another, but what they have is more information available to themselves. The problems we're having is with the police departments that are on the 800 data system, and the others that are on the cellular system cannot share that data with one another. Very often the sheriff's department that's on the 800 data system goes into a community that's on a cellular system, and that information cannot be shared between the units as they arrive on the scene or on a significant incident there. Fire has no mobile data service at all, but have requested it. Here's a little shot of the county and the number of cell sites. You can see the darker brown areas are the towns and cities, while the townships, are the unincorporated area, the lighter area. The higher the population base, the more density, the more cell sites that are available. As you go to the western part of the county, you can see that there's a lot less wireless coverage. There isn't one wireless provider in the county that operates in the county that can provide coverage for the entire county. What wireless broadband applications are needed? Police and fire have different needs, but both want information, not just data. There's data available when an officer does a traffic stop and he gets license plate information and driver information, but he's lacking the information from the county that vehicle just left, that vehicle may have been involved in another incident. That license plate number, the description of the vehicle is not available to them. We have access, obviously, to local, state, and regional databases, but that throughput of the existing 800 system is somewhat limited. Mapping, floor plans, and for local and regional capabilities. Fire departments are involved in what's called MABUS, the Mutual Aid Box Alarm System. That allows for mutual aid for significant incidents. Our police departments also belong to an organization called SMART, which is similar to MABUS. And likewise, both the fire departments and police departments are able to be deployed regionally. But there's a lack of communication capabilities, some on voice, but there's nothing for data. Both video to and from vehicles has been requested, especially from the police departments. There's been a number of incidents where we've had a squad car outside of a bank. There's an incident going on in that bank. We know there's a video feed available from that bank, but it's not able to get to the dispatch center or to the vehicles out on the street. What is needed to help public safety? The release of the 700 broadband by the FCC to public safety use. That's paramount. A public-private partnership with priority given to public safety. A regional approach instead of building silos. Our county has a very good analog trunked radio system. It doesn't serve our agencies very well if they go outside of the county unless we have some type of interoperability or cooperation with other counties and municipalities within our region. And we need an economic incentive to move from the current trunked or limited systems to systems that meet the needs of the police departments, fire departments, and EMS, our first responders. On behalf of Waukesha County, I wanted to thank the FCC and the people here today for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Now we're going to move on to, excuse me, Randy Hughes from BIA.
Good morning. My name is Randy Hughes. I am the Chief of Telecommunications for the Bureau of Indian Affairs, but I'm a recent transplant to the Washington, D.C. area. For the last 6.5 years, I worked with 3 large tribes in the Dakotas, implementing and automating their police departments, 911 centers, correctional facilities. The clock seems to tick pretty fast here, so I'll go ahead and just hit the highlights. Just a quick discussion about Indian country jurisdiction. There are 564 recognized tribes in the United States. Indian country is normally defined as a pueblo, rancheria, reservation, or other lands held in trust for individual Indians or Indian tribes. The Indian tribes that I worked for were the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, the Oglala Sioux tribe, the Rosebud Sioux Indian Reservation, and the Cheyenne River Sioux Indian Reservation in South Dakota. Each one of these tribes is about the size of Connecticut. So very large jurisdictions with very high crime rates. Police jurisdiction in Indian country is a very complex matter. In 1953, the United States Congress enacted Public Law 83-280, commonly referred to as PL 280. PL 280 removed jurisdiction from some Indian tribes in the United States and gave that jurisdiction over to states, California being one, Wisconsin being another, excepting a few reservations. I think Menominee got theirs back in Wisconsin. Nebraska had lost theirs on their reservations. A number of these reservations had retroceded from the 5 mandatory PL 280 states. So you have a hodgepodge of jurisdictional issues throughout the United States, and that's only on the police jurisdiction side. It does not apply to fire, ambulance services. So the non-mandatory states like South Dakota, New Mexico, Arizona still have police presence from the United States Department of Interior, the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Later on in 1975, Congress passed the Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act. It's commonly referred to as PL 93-638. Public Law 93-638 allows tribes to contract any of the services that the U.S. government normally performs on an Indian reservation, all or in part. So each one of the tribes that I'd worked for were PL 93-638 tribes, and they had contracted some of the services as they relate to the policing jurisdiction. So the Oglala Sioux tribe did contract the police dispatching portion and the tribal police portion, but did not contract the criminal investigator portion. So they had federal law enforcement officials from the BIA and tribal law enforcement officials working together, each needing radio communications, computer communications, access to 911 centers. The radio system itself is held in trust, in federal trust, by the Bureau of Indian Affairs. So they have actually estimated around 400 radio towers in the United States that the BIA LMR program holds in trust. Just a quick thought on that is that the Department of Homeland Security had the Public Safety Interoperable Communication Grant, but the Bureau of Indian Affairs was not eligible and did not receive funding on that program. So $2.6 billion just went by, and Indian country didn't appear to receive a whole lot of that, because those awards will go to the states, and states don't really have a strong desire to implement an Indian country where they have no jurisdiction. Another issue related to the broadband issue, broadband right now is broadband mapping. You know, broadband mapping is critical for Indian country, yet all the awards went to the states. So there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of motivation to map Indian country for broadband access, to connect the BIA, the tribal law enforcement, the fire departments, and the ambulance services. So trying to just hit the highlights of this, the fire department is actually held in trust by the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and they only fight wildlands fires, not residentials in Indian country. The Indian Health Service, which is the United States Department of Health and Human Services, takes care of the ambulance portion, but that's a separate agency, so we have issues trying to combine them all into one 911 center or one communications area. So extreme challenges just with the political divisions. What I did at the Pine Ridge, the Oglala Sioux Tribe Department of Public Safety, is we actually had to enact a tribal ordinance for the PSAP, for 911. When we enacted the ordinance, we had to apply $3 taxation to every citizen of the tribe. This is 4 times the county rate. So each Indian citizen living in 7 of the 10 poorest places in the United States on or near Lakota reservations were paying 4 times their neighbors' rates in the counties. Very challenging. One of the reasons that we had to do this was actually a really good thing. FCC 01283 and FCC 01284 granted eligible telecommunications carrier status for cell phone services to the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. But these cell phones were calling 911 of substantially higher rates than ever anticipated. So that's why we had to move forward with creating a 911 center. But I think it's a great way to use the act, and we got new access to telecommunication services that we never had previously had. One of the things that I'm really trying to put forward here is that tribes need access to broadband technology between multiple agencies. But the hodgepodge of federal laws and local laws and jurisdiction is causing some significant issues. But thank you for letting me speak to you today. It looks like the clock has gone past my time.
Thanks very much, Randy. And now we will move to a little closer to home to Eddie Reyes from our neighbors in Alexandria.
Thank you very much, David. It's certainly an honor for me to be up here on this panel with this distinguished panel. What a tremendous amount of experience and capacity is up here. But before I move on, I wanted to just personally acknowledge the commission. You know, this step of bringing this out to the public and allowing us to vent what we think is a very critical need in public safety is very much and very long overdue. So I am very grateful to the commission for this opportunity. As you can see, just very briefly, I've been on the job for about 20 years, and I've been traveling not only within the National Capital Region, but also throughout the Commonwealth of Virginia. And thanks to a little stint that I did at the National Institute of Justice, I got to travel the United States quite extensively, and I got to see that all these problems that we're talking about up here in Los Angeles and Wisconsin, or even in the Bureau of Indian Affairs tribes, are very real and very present today. I can tell you firsthand, I've witnessed them, and what I can tell you is that our responsibility has grown tremendously. You know, if there was one positive thing that came out of September 11th, it's our focus and our attention to our responsibility when it comes to communications and interoperability. Sometimes I feel that we've become all things to all people all the time. You know, when I look at the call screen in our center and I see the volume of calls for service, I'm just astonished at the calls that I'm astonished at the kinds of calls that we're running, because we traditionally didn't used to provide that level of service, and now we've just become so many more things to more people. Data has become, I can tell you, a very critical part of what we do every single day. Most police officers have two things that they will not leave the station without: their portable radio or their mobile data terminal. For me, this is a little hybrid version that I still get CAD and mobile data messages on this, but for the police officer on the beat, without his radio and without his mobile data terminal, quite frankly, they'll prefer to take a desk job, because they just know it's just so critical for them to do their job. We've become so dependent on this capability that it would be almost impossible for us to do our job effectively without it. We used to say that thanks to shows like NCIS, the people that we serve and the personnel that we hire had this unreasonable expectation that we had this capacity and that we had this advanced technology at our fingertips. But you know, it's not unreasonable to expect that anymore. We have to provide this tool not only to our personnel, but also to the people that we serve every single day. It's an expectation, it's available, and we have to do our job with this technology. It's a very reasonable expectation when people want us to go out there and communicate with each other across disciplines, across levels of government, sharing information both in voice and data, and ironically, sometimes we just cannot do that. You know, here in the DC region, just yesterday we celebrated a very somber moment. We had two very, as you know, very critical events that happened here in September 11th, and also the sniper incident, and we had a remembrance of that just yesterday. And it's no secret that both of those events were almost the direct results of lack of sharing between law enforcement agencies on people that probably could have been apprehended or detected even a lot sooner than they were, but because of a lack of data sharing between law enforcement agencies, that just didn't happen. And consequently, I think we dropped the ball, and this tool is here and it's available, and we need to use it. While we've been making good progress sharing criminal justice information in the field, we're still not where we should be. We still have, as you know, a lot of ways to go. Most of us are limited to expensive commercial broadband technology or small coverage areas for those municipalities or regions that have elected to deploy their own systems, bypassing commercial services. They quickly outrun their footprint, and that's a huge and significant problem for us. In today's environment, what we need is secure and robust broadband data that help us deliver text, documents, photos, video, diagrams. All these things are things that we use on a regular basis. I was at a meeting just recently where here in the National Capital Region, the fire departments run mutual aid on an hourly basis, literally. That's not an exaggeration. Literally, a fire battalion chief from Fairfax County could be running incident command in the city of Alexandria. It's a regular occurrence. And when they do and they come into our city, they don't have access to our diagrams of buildings, so they're basically running an incident without the necessary information to run these incidents. And so we need to provide them this information in a robust, in a broadband environment. Our choices are limited right now. Most of us have to rely on commercial services, and that can be expensive. Take our agency here, for example. We have approximately 300 mobile data terminals deployed in the field. We pay approximately $60 for each one of those devices to provide broadband coverage to them. And when you do the math on that, it's about $216,000 that we're spending annually on broadband services. That had we had, or if we had access to our own public safety network, we could certainly put that to use for other things. Well, we've been fortunate with reliable services with our vendor. We know that other regions have not. When disasters strike and everyone's trying to call and ask for help or check on their loved ones, that's when those services tend to be unavailable for public safety. And as you know, it's during those times that we needed the most to transmit very huge pockets of data throughout the event. So I can tell you that we very much and we very desperately need a secure, a robust, seamless, and nationwide fourth generation broadband system that is currently being proposed by the 700 megahertz nationwide public safety wireless broadband network. It has to be hardened to be able to withstand all of the events. Just right now here in Virginia, we're suffering the effects of a hurricane that came up the coast and is causing some flooding in the eastern shore of Virginia. And these systems have to be able to withstand that kind of disaster. We need nationwide roaming because we're constantly providing mutual aid. We're constantly sending people to the Katrinas and to LAs to fight fires, and so nationwide roaming is a must for us. So in closing, I would just like to say that public safety, we very much need a new public safety grade, nationwide, fourth generation broadband network. And it has to work all the time because failure to respond in our line of work is just simply not an option. It has to be resilient, it has to be redundant, and it has to have absolute priority for public safety with encryption from end to end. Thank you very much, David.
Thanks very much. Now we're going to move on to Bob Pavlak and the perspective from the District of Columbia.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here today. And I've been working as an engineering contractor in the district for the past year and a half. And I'm here representing the interests of all of the public safety personnel in D.C. And the focus of my presentation is going to be on the applications and especially on the demands that those applications place on the network and the challenges of delivering public safety grade networking for personnel. The district has, in the National Capital Region, has built and tested 2 generations of pilot broadband wireless networks for public safety over the last 4.5 years. We've tested the applications, many of which have been already presented here, that Tim outlined. We've tested those on this pilot network, and we've deployed them to personnel using mobile data computers connected to the commercial wireless networks. And we've deployed over 800 mobile data computers for police and fire. There's a bit over 5,000 police and fire personnel in the district, and that deployment is growing. We've used the pilot network to supplement the coverage and performance of the commercial networks for some day-to-day use by some personnel, and especially during major city events. And that's especially important when the bandwidth demands burst and grow to peaks, and the coverage reliability is very critical. Expanding a little bit on the applications that are used and needed. An overarching driver here is real-time information exchange is at the heart of these applications. Real-time background checks on vehicles and criminal records can improve officer safety, getting situation awareness information about vehicle locations, critical infrastructure and other resources, improves dispatch and command decisions. We're now testing and deploying broader band apps, geographic information and video applications that need more bandwidth, and this is driving the need for more reliable and rapid response from the network. And one of the positive impacts that all of this is having on first responders is the offloading of this data information exchange from the voice systems, and that's freeing up voice channels for higher priority communication. What do these applications need from the network? Well, key coverage, reliable coverage, sufficient capacity and speed of response in the communication, especially during emergencies and peak demand, and 24/7 operation. These requirements are all highly interdependent, and so with the limited time here, I'd like to briefly focus on that first one, that important one of coverage, especially outdoor coverage. Geographic density of users and the type of user devices, the degree of mobility of those users, and the application demand of those users during peak demand, and the quality of service requirements imposed on the network, those all drive the wireless broadband requirement and why a unique solution for public safety purposes is needed. One point I'd like to highlight here is that it's easy to focus on averages, and while averages are important when you look at traffic requirements and demand, the peak demand and performance needs at the edges of the network, those are especially important, not only the averages. And what I'd like to do is give an example here of how that played out during the inauguration this past year. Huge interoperability challenge with many, many agencies and organizations, significant amount of preparation, planning, and execution by these organizations. The commercial cellular carriers did a tremendous job of upgrading the capacity of their networks for this event. But with our concern about network overload, we needed assured access to some public safety wireless data applications, and without priority access for data on the commercial networks, we needed an alternative. So I'll speak to just two of these applications. In this picture here, it's looking on the left from the steps of the Capitol out westward across the mall. You can see a sea of people, and across that National Mall, we had Department of Health personnel that needed to be positioned at first aid stations using laptops with medical reporting applications, and they needed assured access. There were 4 portable surveillance towers that were positioned on the mall with video cameras, and we needed to backhaul and connect the video from those cameras live to multiple operation centers. So this, I hope, is visible. It's a satellite shot from the Washington Post a day after the inauguration of the National Mall on Inauguration Day. And I apologize here if orientation south is up above, north is below. The Capitol is to the left. I've outlined in orange that area of the National Mall. 1 million people showed up. And what's interesting is the situation awareness of how from the Capitol it looked like a seamless sea of people is very, very clustered in terms of population density. And that obviously drives then on communication demand from people using cellular phones, peak demand, and a clustering of traffic demand. The district has slightly under 10,000 people per square mile as a population density. But during this event, the average across that entire mall from the Capitol to the Lincoln Memorial was over 130 times that density. And in these crowds around those video jumbotrons, on this estimate from the Post, a density of 3 million to 11 million people per square mile, tens of thousands of people, 300 to 1,000 times greater than the population density. So just as an example of the load on the networks, we successfully used the pilot network we had to backhaul video from those surveillance cameras, but with the spectrum we had, the radio links were loaded. We could have used more spectrum and capacity. And fortunately, this was a peaceful event. You know, in other scenarios that were planned for, you can imagine bandwidth demands and scenarios that would have been much greater than what occurred that day. So on coverage, the coverage needs. We're increasing our partnership focus with cellular carriers. We are largely relying on one carrier today. We want to diversify that focus if we can because of single point of system failures that can lead to a significant amount of downtime if they occur. Geographic coverage, even though it's a small city, is still an issue. Day-to-day network uptime can be improved. To restore service from a network outage, it can take hours for some of the applications to synchronize and fully recover after network service is restored. Mobility coverage can also be improved. Cell-to-cell mobility is especially important. And with the next generation technology being developed now called long-term evolution, we have challenges to commercialize and develop that so it works seamlessly as the earlier generation technology. Finally, the application bandwidth demand is growing and it's a moving target, and I expect it to continue to accelerate. The commercial wireless networks in DC have increased the bandwidth for data 5 to 7-fold over the last 4.5 years, and I expect that to continue. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Bob. And last but definitely not least, Greg Schaefer to provide some perspective from the federal side.
Well, thank you so much for having me this morning, both to Georgetown for hosting the event and to the FCC for having the field hearing. I'd also like to thank the FCC for going forward with a request for comments on the broadband plan for public safety in particular, because that opportunity, I think, is one that can be used effectively by many of those, both at the table and otherwise, to get comments to the Commission on a lot of these issues in greater detail than the hearing would allow. The Department of Homeland Security is engaged in this space in a variety of ways, and I'd like to talk a little bit about that and then some specifics around what we're doing with broadband technology. Of course, our role is multifold. We, in addition to having first responders of our own, we recognize, of course, that the vast majority of the first responders are the state and local governments that are represented by so many of the gentlemen to my left. And as a practical matter, we see our role and responsibility as trying to assist in the creation of interoperable capabilities for those responders. We've done that in a variety of ways over the last several years. One, of course, is the publication of the National Emergency Communications Plan, which is available through DHS's website, but is designed for the first time to have a way for all of the various players in this space to connect and engage in a process that is national in scope. That plan calls for state involvement and engagement with statewide communication operability plans being developed, and I'm happy to report that as of April of last year, all 50 states and the 56 states and territories have completed their SCIP plans. And so that puts us in a position where we have appropriate planning and process to get to a better place in a lot of the interoperability of the existing systems and capabilities. The Office of Emergency Communications within the Cybersecurity and Communications Office that I manage deals with interoperable communications technical assistance programs as well, going out and trying to work with state and local governments in trying to figure out how to use the capabilities that are there to be more operative and interconnected. We work with SAFECOM, which is an office within OIC, interoperability and compatibility, within S&T at DHS, in an effort to research, development, foster development, testing, and evaluation of a range of capabilities for interoperability. And there are, of course, other programs in terms of training programs and other processes that DHS engages in order to, again, try to facilitate capabilities across the entire ecosystem. Lastly, the Emergency Communications Preparedness Center, which is a group that was stood up, the executive committee for the first time meeting in October, bringing 12 departments and agencies that are engaged in emergency communication and interoperability issues together to really work on this as a leadership team in the federal government, and again develop more capability across the federal government in a coordinated fashion. All of that brings us to the point of saying we believe at DHS that wireless broadband will indeed play an important role in improving public safety communications, and we are therefore supportive of the development of a nationwide public safety broadband network that allows all of the various players who are so important in this space to enable their communications to be more interoperable and connected over time. We also recognize that the legacy land mobile radio systems will be around for an extended period of time, and that in that space of mission critical voice communications, there is a need to maintain those systems and to enable their functionality as much as possible. And so one of the things that we think needs to happen within the broadband plan is to find ways to leverage and expand the existing capabilities of those systems that are used by first responders for mission critical voice today, recognizing that the use of new technology is also important, and there's, as demonstrated by the group here today, a lot of ways to leverage broadband technology that is not necessarily mission critical voice, but is the leveraging of the data capabilities in so many ways. In that regard, we believe that the broadband solutions will really enable greater situational awareness, faster decision making, more rapid emergency response coordination, and as a practical matter, will lead to greater leverage, which will reduce the costs associated with deployment of these new technologies. DHS is currently itself using broadband technologies in a variety of ways in various parts of itself. Some examples that would be slightly different from what has been talked about thus far would include the Transportation Security Administration's use to enable critical air-to-ground communications for law enforcement officers. Another example is the Immigration and Customs Enforcement use of the broadband technologies to just enable communications via their laptops and other mobile devices, connectivity back to a variety of applications and capabilities. We believe that those kinds of applications will expand, that they will expand into a wider use that will include things like real-time full motion streaming video capabilities, digital imaging for mugshot distribution, or building schematics, the diagrams and things that are already being used in some places by state and local capabilities, mapping and geographic information, GPS deployments, as well as remote sensors for biological or radiological data, weather status broadcasts for fire management and other solutions, and eventually mission critical voice as well. As we move forward, we believe at DHS that a standards-based, vendor-neutral approach to these problems so that we have the greatest capability for interoperability will be an important part of the solution. Ultimately, we also recognize that it's not just about the technologies, it's also about the governance and about the standard operating procedures and about the methodologies that will enable the various entities that need to use this capability to use it in a way that's consistent and is leveraged across the federal, state, local, and tribal governments. And so making sure that that is a piece of what we do as we move forward, that we commit as much energy and time to those governance and non-technical aspects of the problem and solution set will be critically important as well. And I thank you again for having me here today.
Thank you, Greg. We only have a very limited time for questions, but once again, if you have a question in the audience, I encourage you to fill out an index card and bring it up here. I'm going to start with our government panelists, though, and ask Jeff Cohen, why don't you lead off with questions?
Sure, happy to. What I was going to get into is actually with something that Mr. Schaefer just said at the end of his remarks. A lot of what we've been talking about now are broadband applications, mainly between and among people, the emergency responders, and I was wondering what kind of machine-to-machine or automated type of broadband applications may already be in use, or do you envision would be useful for public safety? And it's great that we can have, urban, rural, and tribal perspectives. Thanks.
Who wants to lead off with that one?
Since I guess I touched on it, I'll just say I think one of the things we recognize at DHS is that we are only scratching the surface today with respect to what kind of capabilities may be leveraged over time. So the fact that we've got some set of capabilities that are on the table and currently being used, when access to broadband is not yet ubiquitous and available to everyone because of cost reasons and various other limitations, those are the tip of the iceberg. And at the end of the day, we won't know the full range of applications that may be available until the capability is really out there more extensively. So yes, there probably will be automated solutions that will need to be brought to the table that don't involve human-to-human capabilities. I think some of these gentlemen did talk about the fact that even today, a lot of the previously mission-critical voice communications are now being done through text or otherwise, and I think there will be a number of things that will be more automated as we go forward, but we won't know all of those details until we get the capabilities out there.
Other questions? Gina, do you have a question?
I have a question about trying to leverage the commercial broadband network, and I guess I'm wondering if the LAPD spoke a little bit about being unable to use a virtual network to leverage a commercial network, and having to use a private network. And I'm wondering if you could talk about that a little bit more, and if some of the other panelists could address whether they thought there was any possibility of leveraging the commercial network going forward.
As far as that's a California Department of Justice requirement to access their systems. So that's a security requirement. Although it's being relaxed, there's still some uncertainty as far as what the requirements will be for the local agencies, including having a second form of authentication that is going to be very costly and very difficult to manage the system. So that's really what it's about. It's just the private network to get to the commercial carrier.
Yeah, I was going to say in Wisconsin and in our particular area, some of our departments are relying on cellular networks, but they're being restricted by the lack of coverage and the capacity of those cell sites during rush hour, Mother's Day, when there's a lot of texting and that going on. They're finding their throughput being restricted. And I know a while back the FCC tried to mandate emergency power for cell sites, and that didn't get very far with the cellular carriers. So we've had instances where cell sites have been taken down, either intentionally or unintentionally because of power outages or maintenance work, and then that municipality had no coverage whatsoever. So whatever we do, whether it's a public-private relationship or public safety is in charge of their own networks, they have to be reliable. And I agree with the comments about, you can talk about averages a lot, but when we need the systems, when it's critical, that 1% of the time, they have to be reliable. And we can't go back to the public and say, well, 99% of the time it worked just great, but in this catastrophe it didn't. And I don't think the public's willing to accept that.
If I could just make a comment to the tribal perspective on this, is the granting of eligible telecommunications carrier status to cellular networks in Indian country has been very beneficial to the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. That created mobile data capabilities for the police, and a lot of the Oglala Sioux Tribe Department of Public Safety police officers are using broadband wireless to connect back to their police mobile system. So direct good benefit to Indian country.
Yeah, and just to add to that, our agency, we're leveraging commercial broadband services, I think, to the maximum extent. The problem is it's expensive. As you've been witnessing, as I showed, we've been witnessing $200,000 plus a year for broadband services, and so it's very expensive. We're fortunate, but a lot of regions and municipalities can't afford that level of cost. The other thing is that it affects interoperability. Our county right to the north has their own homegrown broadband system that they've deployed, a very small footprint, and our chief technology officers at their level and our level are having a problem integrate our systems for mobile data interoperability because we have a national commercial carrier and they have a homegrown system, and at the network levels we're having a hard time getting connectivity.
Yeah, real quick, I'd like to echo what Eddie said about the expense of leveraging multiple networks, but it is possible, and we're testing secure VPN technology in the district that allows an aggregation of bandwidth across multiple networks at the same time, which is something that's not easily done or generally done. If you put a USB, multiple USB cards in your laptop, you're going to generally be able to use one at a time. But then the scaling of that issue economically is a problem. So it's suitable then perhaps for incident command buses where there is an aggregation of communication need for many people. And it is something we're looking at in the future, but the expense is a major issue.
We have a number of questions from the audience, and we're not going to have time to address them all, but I did want to at least raise one and actually add to it slightly. We have a question from the audience about the role of satellites in incident response, whether satellite technology can provide a solution, and I think we could look at it in two respects. One would be in areas that are very remote and sparsely populated. I was certainly struck by the notion of Indian tribe reservations that are the size of Connecticut in South Dakota, possibly also in some of those rural areas in Wisconsin, and also as a potentially a fallback in instances where terrestrial networks are not available. So I'd like the panel to address that.
Yeah, we made an attempt at mobile satellite. We outfitted 69 police vehicles and the dispatch center on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation with mobile satellite to the vehicles. Works very well for voice communications. You get instant coverage. The problem is the 1%. We had to have tornadoes, severe thunderstorms, and we lose all of our voice communications to our 69 vehicles. So after 18 months, we migrated away from it. It's better for a backup coverage than it is for LMR coverage. The Bureau of Indian Affairs still today does provide mobile satellite data coverage to their criminal investigators, which they move from reservation to reservation. So that does work out well for them.
In Los Angeles, we've had some experience with satellite, but it's primarily a cost issue. If you think cellular is expensive, the satellite is extremely expensive. The other thing is we've not had the ability to get the bandwidth that we need to be able to operate. And lastly, in an urban area, the urban canyons between large buildings, sometimes we have some real difficulty in getting coverage, where with the cellular it's generally very good because that's where they tend to have most of their cell sites.
For Wisconsin and the more rural areas, it's a good technology, but the expense would just be prohibitive. When you have communities that are struggling to put one police officer on the street at a time, to put that kind of technology into a squad car is hard for them to justify.
Tom, you have a question? I think this will have to be our last question because we're running short on time.
Okay. Thank you, David. I want to ask the panel, as we analyze what will be needed in a broadband nationwide public safety network of the future, one of the big unknowns is what the mix of application usage will be in those networks and what that application usage will due to the capacity requirements of that network and the corresponding spectrum needs of that network. Several panelists have mentioned that video applications are on the rise, and they foresee live streaming video as being one of the primary applications of this network. And Mr. Pavlak has mentioned that he believes a growth, or he's seen growth proportional to Moore's Law, doubling every 24 months. I'm curious to understand from the other panelists if they agree with that. Is that too aggressive, or is that not aggressive enough, a prediction of the future usage? And also how that might vary in an urban environment and a rural environment. What would the usage requirements be in rural versus urban? Thank you.
Yeah, if I could start, I think broadband technology is a lot like basements. The larger the basement, the more stuff you're going to put in it. The broader throughput, the more information and technology or applications we're going to want for that. and some of the applications that we've talked about as far as video, we feel that's very important, but also being the officer on the street to be able to do reporting out on the street, access not only their local databases, but state and national databases, to be able to complete their reports out on the street and not have to drive 20, 30 miles back to the police station to fill out that report, to then have to go back out to that scene, to be able to do that in the car, to take that laptop into the business or into the home and take a report there and have access to previous history. That type of information, I think, is going to make law enforcement, public safety more efficient. And I think that's what we're striving for now. We're all struggling with less and less dollars, but we're trying to do more and more. And unless we become more efficient, and unless we have the tools that are at a reasonable cost, we're going to be suffering dramatically, especially in the rural area.
Tribal police departments and the Bureau police departments are, quite frankly, so underfunded that they have very few police officers on the street. And the creation of a mobile broadband network does really create that mobile office on an Indian reservation. Between sites, it might be 2 hours of driving. It might be an hour and a half. If you can stay out in the field that much longer to write that police report, to get that dispatch to computer CAD call, that would really help out for Indian country, because we're constantly bringing them back into the substations or the police departments just to write that police report, just to get that mugshot to find out if that prisoner or that individual you pulled over is wanted or not in Indian country or off of the reservation. So these are critical, but many Indian reservations do not have the infrastructure available to them to provide these services.
Yeah, and I can just add, the saying goes that if you build it, they'll come. If you build this infrastructure, public safety, trust me, it'll get filled, no question about it. I can tell you that the generation that we serve today, the Y generation, they would love nothing more than to send us a photograph or a video and not have to talk to us by voice and anything else. That's the generation that we serve today. Because they want to send you a photo or they want to send you a video file, but the minute you ask them for their name and their callback number, they hang up because they don't want to get involved, but they love to send us the video. And so we absolutely need this critical component. I can tell you that our detectives, when they're investigating burglaries or robberies from businesses, their very most important tool that they go, every business has video surveillance now. Every single private entity in a commercial market has video out there. And we have closed so many cases in today's law enforcement culture and arena by simply going, because these people will case and they'll loiter for a little bit before they commit their crime. And we're often playing these videos in roll calls because we can't send them out to the patrol car so that these officers can see them in a live manner. So we very much need it.
I think at this point, Eddie, I'm going to say that you've gotten the last word, and I really appreciate everybody for a very content-rich presentation, and please join me in giving a hand to our panelists. And now Jennifer is going to introduce our next distinguished speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone on this panel. It was a very interesting discussion. I hate to do this to the commissioner, but I'm going to give you lunch instructions. So the commissioner is the last thing standing between you and lunch. But after this panel, lunch is being served just to the left down the hall in the faculty club, so just feel free to go in there. The only thing I would request is that you come back and be in your seats by 1 o'clock for our afternoon session. So with that, I have the honor to introduce Commissioner Meredith Atwell Baker. Commissioner Baker was nominated by President Barack Obama as a member of the Federal Communications Commission on June 25, 2009, and sworn in on July 31, 2009. Commissioner Baker most recently served as Acting Assistant Secretary of Commerce for the Communications and Information and Acting Administrator of the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, or which we know as NTIA. In that position, the Commissioner advised and represented the executive branch on both domestic and international telecommunications and information and policy activities. She pursued the effective and efficient utilization of radio frequency spectrum by the federal government through its management of federal spectrum use, performed cutting-edge telecommunications research and engineering, and oversaw the management of the Internet's domain name and numbering system. Commissioner Baker also administered the coupon program to help facilitate the nation's historic transition to digital television. Commissioner Baker has served on delegations representing the United States at major international telecommunications conferences and engaged in bilateral discussions with senior officials from countries around the world. So with that, I'd like to introduce the Commissioner.
Knowing that I'm all that stands between you guys and lunch, I think we should have cut that bio down a little bit. What's really important is actually when I was at NTIA, we did the public safety interoperability grants. And that means that I am familiar with your world and I understand what a challenge this is. And I'm so grateful to this panel and the one before it and really the one that's coming this afternoon because what you all are talking about, what we are learning from you is so important. And as Jennifer said, this is obviously very content rich. It's very pertinent to what we're doing at the Commission. And so thank you. Also thanks to Georgetown. What a lovely surroundings and free lunch too. How about that? And you know, thanks too to the Broadband team. Once again, you have knocked this out of the park. A great hearing and really important and pertinent to what we're doing. So thanks for putting it together. The applications that you all have been discussing, they are just so important for the American public to ensure that public safety community has the tools to help protect lives and property. One of the highest, I really do feel like this is one of the most important and highest agenda items for the Commission is to ensure that the public safety community has available to it a nationwide broadband wireless communications network. Period. It just is one of the highest priorities. We must get this done. The Commission and the public safety community really do face important challenges in determining how this broadband technology will help the emergency responders and the medical practitioners to save lives. But the public safety community is just that. It's a collective organization of stakeholders with a single mission to protect our neighborhoods and our families. We all must find ways to help each member of that organization to work together and, most importantly, communicate with one another. Partnerships must be formed and strengthened so that those tasked with keeping us safe are able to do so with better resources and better tools. Accordingly, our efforts to establish this nationwide interoperable broadband wireless network for public safety must be all-encompassing and must ensure that all state, local, and federal interests are accommodated. As I said during my opening remarks at the FCC Cybersecurity Workshop in September, broadband has become critical infrastructure, the enabling technology for everything from the future of our children's education, the next generation of healthcare, smart energy grid development, and true public safety interoperability. The issues that face the public safety communications are not new problems. Boy, are they not new, but the demand of the attention of the Commission right now. They also require a more concerted and focused effort among federal, state, and local and tribal governments to collaborate and share resources and information. Our country and the safety of its people can no longer tolerate inefficient communications and poor information sharing among the government agencies responsible for keeping us safe. We cannot look to government to solve all of our communications problems because the government has often been the problem. Several events from Oklahoma City bombings to Hurricane Katrina list the numerous examples of brave first responders receiving wrong information or simply receiving no information due to communications failures such as lack of interoperability and poor network resiliency. In many cases, these issues could have been avoided had our government spent time coordinating efforts and resources prior to the event in support of the men and women in public safety. Today's technologies have made for greater connectivity and delivery of information. As we learned in our recent hearing in San Diego, police departments are able to transmit suspect information to officers in the field instantly, while ambulances stream vital signs and EKG data to waiting teams of physicians and nurses. These efforts, while technologically impressive, still rely on people talking to one another. These innovations require planning and collaboration between government agencies in both law enforcement and healthcare communities, and our support and encouragement. Presently, governments of all jurisdictions suffer from major budget crises and shortfalls that only further emphasize the importance of sharing resources and information. Government does not have a strong track record of being cost efficient or necessarily effective. However, we have a unique opportunity here to discuss and develop the requirements that our nationwide public safety network that will be a model of how government agencies can work together and in the best interest of the American public. So again, I really want to say thank you. What you're doing is so important. What we're talking about here is critical, and I just am very appreciative for everyone for being here. So I don't want to stand between you and lunch. So bon appetit, and thanks again for being here.
If I can ask folks to please take their seats, I'd appreciate it so we can get started. I think you might want to, Bill, because I think you'll just go right in. So it's up to you. What do you think what would you prefer? You're the moderator. You decide.
Well, we don't have an uncomfortable period while we wait for everybody to get up here.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Okay, so if folks can please take their seats, I'd appreciate it.
You're on the other side, John.
Yeah, don't let him on that side. He's going to try and sneak over.
Yeah, that's the good. We don't want to give him too much airtime.
Yeah, he gets a big head. Okay, great. Thank you, everyone. So we're going to start our afternoon session of our field hearing now. So we're going to hear from, I'll introduce Commissioner Copps in 1 second, and then we'll go right into our last panel of the day, and then we'll conclude with some closing remarks from Admiral Jamie Barnett, who's the Chief of the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau. So with that, I'd like to introduce Commissioner Michael Copps. Commissioner Copps has been a commissioner at the FCC since 2001 and is currently serving his second term. Prior to joining the commission, Commissioner Copps served as Assistant Secretary for Trade Development within the Department of Commerce. In that role, the commissioner worked to improve market access and market share for nearly every sector of American industry, including information technologies and telecommunications. He devoted much of his time to building private sector, public sector partnerships to enhance our nation's success in the global economy. Commissioner Copps moved to Washington in 1970 and joined the staff of Senator Fritz Hollings, where he last served as Chief of Staff before serving as Director of Government Affairs for a Fortune 500 company. And with that, I'd like to welcome the Commissioner.
Good afternoon to everybody. Hope you all are doing well. Let me first of all thank all the good folks at the Georgetown University Medical Center for providing us with this wonderful venue and the warm hospitality. We appreciate it. I am pleased to be here with this distinguished panel and distinguished audience this afternoon. I understand there are some other folks that may be watching on the internet, like my friends out at the Pine Ridge Reservation, so I think that's great and wonderful news. We are here to talk about a problem that has been crying out for a solution for a long, long time, that has generated a lot of discussion and even a few action-oriented events, but still no grand solution. 8 years out from that awful September 11th and more than 4 years beyond Hurricane Katrina, our country still waits for an interoperable broadband public safety network adequate to the challenges of 21st century protection. Indeed, some now believe that a grand solution is as far away as ever, maybe farther, an already steep cliff made nearly vertical by a down economy. This group convenes today, I hope and I trust, to counter that negativism and with a commitment to combine our collective expertise and experiences and judgment to finally get us off dead center and move us toward the network that we all want and the network that the country needs. As many of you know, I have worked for a long time now to make sure that the FCC keeps its public safety responsibilities front and center. We have made some progress. In the last commission, working with then Chairman Kevin Martin, we were able to create a separate bureau at the FCC, the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau, to focus on ensuring that communications networks stay up and running in times of emergency and to work on plans for building that interoperable network that I talked about. We also established a clearinghouse where public safety experts from around the country could go to share experiences and learn from what others had done, what they had done right, so everybody didn't have to reinvent the wheel, and what they'd done not so well so folks wouldn't take the wrong road. And this work not only continues, it is building up steam under the aggressive leadership of our new Bureau Chief, Admiral Jamie Bennett, who will speak to you shortly. I am already impressed at the work that Admiral Barnett is doing to move us ahead on an interoperable broadband safety plan. I think the Admiral is a wonderful addition, and I thank Jamie Barnett for everything he's doing. I commend our chairman, Julius Janikowski, for the high priority he has already demonstrated across the whole gamut of public safety issues. With this new commitment and with the team we have, along with the direction provided to us by the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, we have, I believe, as good a shot at getting a broadband public safety network up as we're going to have for a long, long time. Note that I didn't say we have a perfect shot at it. I said as good a shot as we're likely to have for quite some time. We have a February 17th deadline to present our national broadband plan to Congress, and my hope and expectation is that we will then have some real compass direction on how the spectrum should be used to bring our public safety network hopes to reality. There's still a lot of work to be done. I'm sure you've heard about some of it already today, and you'll hear more about it in this panel. And I doubt that by February 17th we're going to be in a position to cross all the T's and dot all the I's. But I do hope and expect that the broadband plan points us in the direction of an achievable public safety network. That brings urgency to the discussions that you are having here today. This is a time for your best and your brightest thinking. This is the time for public safety to be crystal clear and data supported on the configuration and components of a workable public safety network. This is the time for economic analysts both within and outside the Commission to give us their best real-world evaluation of what is economically and commercially doable in the environment that we are likely to be working in. And it is time for the closest possible federal, state, and local discussions and coordination. It is time to pull together, united by a common goal. And everyone needs to understand that that goal is pretty simple. It's to enhance the safety of the American people, and it's not much more complicated than that. My first preference has always been that public safety is a public responsibility, and that public funds would be the quickest and probably the best way to get this system built. And I believe we lost an important opportunity to go down that road 8 years ago, and it's a harder road to travel now, obviously. Absent that, we focused on public-private partnering to get the job done. But our action plan, as you all know, fell short for many reasons. And now the economic downturn adds new obstacles to the many obstacles that already existed. I hope we can still find a way to a public-private partnership to build and operate this system. But getting from here to there is daunting, to say the least, hugely compounded by the state of the economy. I think we at least better understand now, better than we did, the range of options that are out there. So the weeks ahead should be dedicated to getting a real grip as to their individual pros and cons, and that's the effort Admiral Barnett is taking and that you are participating in today, and I hope going forward. So again, I'm hopeful that the Commission will soon have the opportunity to state some concrete recommendations for ensuring that the public safety community has access to the broadband tools it needs to protect American lives and protect American property. The two panels earlier today highlighted the ability of broadband technologies to bring exciting new applications to emergency medical responders and to public safety officials. For example, improving diagnostic data transfer between remote accident sites and hospitals would surely help ensure that patients receive the most appropriate care as early as possible in the treatment process, which can literally make the difference between life and death. And I think probably Commissioner Clyburn mentioned to you when she was here today that she and I were down in Charleston, South Carolina recently at the Medical University of South Carolina, which is a hospital, which is also doing some interesting things, just like Georgetown. And we really developed an appreciation for what these new tools are already capable of producing in terms of transforming healthcare delivery. The potentials for public health and public safety and public just about everything else is so great with broadband that we just have to figure out how to get this job done. And I'll tell you, before I cease and desist here, what we cannot afford to let happen. What we cannot afford to end up with is a fragmented network where our emergency responders, whether from different jurisdictions or from departments in the same jurisdiction, are unable to communicate one with another. What we cannot afford to end up with is individual public safety entities going in dozens of different directions without assurance that their individual systems can work seamlessly with other systems when the safety of the people depends upon that kind of communication and coordination over disparate areas of the country. Some jurisdictions have requested waivers to proceed with building their own local networks. That's completely understandable to me given the time that this has taken. And that may be another option. But it strikes me that without guarantees that these systems can become functioning parts of a nationally connected and interoperable system, sooner or later, preferably sooner, such an approach falls short of the potential for broadband to create something truly different and deliver something truly meaningful for the American people. So this kind of option, were it to be entertained, would surely require explicit standards to guarantee interoperability and enforceability too. And here our challenge becomes agreeing on such standards when we still don't have the configuration of the broadband public safety system in mind. So you'd be trying to set standards for something you don't know right now what it's going to look like. But then again, that's kind of where we find ourselves right now. So we have our work cut out for us. But the good news is we've got folks like you to work with. We've got high expectations coming at us from both Congress and the administration, so we are on the dime to have to perform and have to come up with something solid. So I think that's good. And we have 300+ million American citizens counting on us to figure out a way to pull together and work together to get this job done. So that said, I posed some questions, and I'm here to listen now, so I will go listen. And I thank you for your attention.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Bill Lane. By position, I am Chief Engineer in the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau of the Federal Communications Commission. But more importantly, I have the distinct honor of moderating our third panel today. The panel is entitled Requirements Needed for Public Safety Mobile Wireless Networks. Our purpose is to investigate what is actually needed to build the networks that carry the applications that were talked about earlier today. And our purpose is to take a hard look from a network perspective of how to build out that network and what is necessary in building out that network and what are some of the challenges that are inherent in building out that network and some of the challenges that will impede our building out of the network. In order to address this purpose and our title for the panel, I have the pleasure of sharing the podium with a very distinct and distinguished group of panelists. Allow me to introduce them at this time. I draw your attention to their more extended biographical information that's contained in the handout that I think each and all of us received upon arrival today. So I'll not cover their biographical information in depth, but simply introduce them from a positional perspective. First to my immediate right and moving then to your left, the first individual is Mr. Bob Epson. He is Senior Vice President and Chief Technology Officer, Enterprise Mobility Solutions for Motorola Incorporated. Next to Bob is Mr. Steve Hart, Associate Commissioner, Wireless Technologies for the Department of Information Technology and Telecommunications for the City of New York. Next to Steve is Dr. Paul Mankiewicz. He is Chief Technology Officer, Wireless Networks for Alcatel-Lucent. Next is Dr. Dennis Martinez, Vice President of Product Management and Engineering, Broadband and Cellular Products for Harris Corporation. And finally, our good friend, Chief Charles Werner, Chief of the Charlottesville, Virginia Fire Department and Executive Committee Chair of SAFECOM. I'm joined to your right by my colleagues from the federal government and from the Federal Communications Commission in particular. First, to my immediate left is Mr. Behzad Ghaffari. He is Senior Engineer in the Communications Systems Analysis Division of the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau of the Commission. Next to Behzad is Mr. Walter Johnson. Walter is Chief Electromagnetic Compatibility Division, Office of the Engineering and Technology within the Federal Communications Commission. Next is Mr. John Piha. John is Chief Technology Officer for the Federal Communications Commission. And finally, Mr. Ziad Saleem, who is Associate Division Chief, Technical Spectrum and Competition Policy Division of the Wireless Telecommunications Bureau of the Commission. Please join me in welcoming our panelists for today. Our principal panelists will be given the opportunity to provide some introductory remarks. They will have approximately 6 minutes to do so. The electronic hook will be activated for each of them, and I'll take advantage of that hook as the need may arise. Let us begin first with Mr. Upson. Bob, please.
Okay, thank you. And good afternoon to everyone. And I would like to thank the FCC for giving Motorola the opportunity to participate in this panel today. I'm going to talk about 4 requirements: resiliency, coverage, control, and capacity. And I'm going to start off with resiliency. Public safety land mobile radio networks today are comprised of RF sites that are connected together to form zones. Those zones are then connected together to create an overall system. In the event of a fault at the system level, what happens is the zones can operate independently. In the event of a fault at the zone level, the sites can continue to operate independently. So this graceful degradation is something that public safety has been used to in terms of the operation of the system. Today's broadband systems, as architected by 3GPP, do not support any type of graceful fallback operation in the event of a site or a packet core failure. Also, there is no current provision within 3GPP for a mobile-to-mobile broadband communications or a talk-around method of operation, which is something also that land mobile public safety has in the unlikely event of a total system failure. If graceful degradation is something that's going to become a requirement for mission-critical broadband systems, then this is going to have to be prioritized within 3GPP. Okay, turning to coverage. Coverage predictions for broadband is a little bit more complicated than it is for land mobile, in that it's not just about signal strength. You need to have adequate signal strength across the geography at enough locations for coverage. But in addition to that, you also need to have enough bits to be able to support the number of bearers that are needed to deliver the media content to the subscribers that are out there. In these broadband networks, the number of bits that are available is a function of distance from the transmitter. So you can envision a situation where you have guaranteed amount of bits to a given mobile subscriber unit, and an incident happens far away from the transmitter. Now you have plenty of RF, but what happens is now you have to deliver a media stream to each one of these guys, and you run into a problem where you run out of bits and you can run out of bearer channels. So although you can have RF coverage, you may not be able to serve all of the radios within that coverage area. This is something which needs to be taken into account when looking at and designing for coverage in these types of broadband systems. Okay, turning to control. it's important that public safety agencies using these broadband networks, that they are able to continue to manage and coordinate the operation of their systems on a day-to-day basis in real time. This includes things like security. And in terms of security, key management, levels of encryption, things like that can be different agency to agency and can be different within agencies. Subscriber provisioning, that's kind of important too when you look at it, is who has access to the members of a fleet within a specific agency. You want to make sure that the agency has control of that, who gets access, and also at what priority they get access. Guaranteed bandwidth, I talked a little bit about that earlier. If an incident happens and you are relying on information to be there, you got to make sure that you have the bandwidth to be able to deliver that content that you want during that emergency situation. And lastly, of course, the ability for different agencies to field applications and devices of their own choosing. 3GPP has defined solutions for this, but they are very, very dependent on system configuration parameters. And that needs to be agreed upon between the agencies that are going to be used this as to how these systems are going to operate. My last slide touches on capacity, and I already talked a little bit about this when I covered coverage. But when you think about the fact that an emergency situation can happen anywhere within a geographic area, and it's going to attract an awful lot of public safety users to that emergency area. Okay, they're going to put a lot of demands, both in the uplink and in the downlink direction, for bandwidth. So, we would like to make the recommendation that the FCC should work with Congress on reallocating the D block for public safety operation. This would increase both coverage and sector capacity, as you can see on the slide, and it would improve public safety's ability to benefit from these broadband systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bob. May I next ask Steve Hart for his comments, please?
Thank you. I'd like to first thank the FCC for allowing the City of New York to be part of this very distinguished panel. We commend the FCC's efforts to identify broadband applications that are essential to public safety today as well as into the future. It is evident by the previous panels that our technology needs have outgrown our current methods of transport, and it is clear to the public safety community that there is an immediate need to disseminate vital information more efficiently to and from firefighters, police officers, emergency medical technicians who are our first line of defense. To that extent, I will give an overview and talk a little bit about the New York City wireless network that we've been able to successfully deploy that meets mission critical needs and is today transforming the way we serve our citizens in New York City. Again, New York City Wireless Network is a broadband network, one of its kind, the most aggressive project in the country to deploy a broadband network of its type. It allows us to stream video and provide high-resolution photos and a myriad of applications that were discussed before. However, it's just scratching the surface, and it's just the beginning, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. Again, the model, if you could think about, we heard some statistics in L.A. New York City receives over 12 million 911 calls and 18 million 311 calls. Those translate into real dispatch calls or requests for services from the citizens of New York. We need the ability to be able to push this information out in order to be more effective in our response to their requests for services. History has shown year in and year after, and whether 9/11 all the way up to last Friday's Yankees parade, and I forgot to bring my Yankees hat for Bill, but I'll send it up. I'm going to disclose that Bill's a Yankee fan. So, but again, time and time again, we run into capacity issues, backhaul, power, and coverage with our commercial networks. we need reliable networks. When we put our request for a proposal together, we analyzed a lot of categories when it came to technical requirements. Technical is nice, but when you start to talk to the end users, you start to get into a different world of operational requirements. So you look at, the key critical, mission critical aspects are exactly what, other people have mentioned throughout the panel. I don't need to go into the details, but it's very critical. Our network is government owned. We have very strict service level agreements. We have a ubiquitous broadband coverage and 24/7 remote monitoring. It's built to public safety grade, and it's designed to withstand multiple levels of failure. Next generation, what we're seeing is that it's not only become a wireless broadband network, but it's become an extension of the city's infrastructure to start to deploy other applications such as meter reading technology. All of these different various applications, as you heard, scratch the surface earlier. It's just the beginning. You take a look from wireless meter reading to sensor management for biological and chemical radiation detection to automatic license plate reader technology. These are technologies we've deployed today. We continue to, the demand for applications continues to come, and we continue to have to run bandwidth models, which we're already we will be submitting comments, and we'll be working closely to invite the FCC to come and use our network as a test bed for real life simulations to justify additional spectrum, as mentioned by my previous panel member. We have executed a interoperable video system. So interoperability, not only at the the physical device level, but at the application layer, is very important that we be able to deploy centralized video management to share situational awareness across City Hall to the Fire Department Operations Center, and not to mention the responding command vehicles and responding units into an incident. Again, technical features, I've been asked a little bit before coming up, what are our requirements? Coverage, mobility, backup power. Every site, everywhere has 24-hour minimum backup power at full loads. Backhaul, we employ over 350 microwave shots across the entire network. Every site goes to fully redundant data centers, each handling full load sharing. We have deployed 3GPP standard technology that allows us a future roadmap for expanded technology to LTE. We employ 10 megahertz of 2.5 gigahertz spectrum, which I'll go on record, it's not cheap. So getting spectrum rightfully to public safety will save money and save taxpayer money. End-to-end security. Again, when we get into the challenges of an IP-centric core network, we start to see network management types of IT best practices. I think I ran over, but if I have one more minute, I'll talk a little bit about some
Only
of
if I get that Yankees hat.
Have my minute. All right. Various lessons learned and challenges that we've overcome. We've learned a lot. We have that to share with everyone. Priority, queuing, quality of service, redundancy in network operation centers, and obviously to be sensitive to the communities. We need to be flexible in our designs, and so as not to piss our neighbors off, we need to really be sensitive to community flexible designs and how we install slimline type of equipment. And then the robustness of subscriber devices. Ask any police officer or communication section what they put in their vehicle. It has to be hardened, mil-spec'd, and withstand the rugged environment we operate in. And I have some specs, some examples, and most importantly, it's clear that the very near future, both escalating the demand for applications. We've just scratched the surface. Like the iPhone is bogging down the networks today. So will the applications that are deployed on public safety networks. So whatever we've heard from the previous panel is probably an eighth of probably applications that are coming our way on public safety networks. Thank you.
Steve, thank you very much. And on a serious note, may we express our congratulations to the City of New York and the Yankees in particular for their championship. Next, Dr. Paul Menkovitz, please.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And I am also a Yankee fan, so we've got quite a few up here. I want to thank the FCC and all the public safety people for letting me attend today and answer questions, mainly. I'm not going to give any slides. I don't have any product plans to show you, and I think Steve has done a fabulous job of describing how great we believe a 3GPP-based technology path would be good for public safety, mainly from the point of view of getting a large number of people working on your features around the world, including public safety features. There's a very large effort starting in 3GPP to put public safety features into the standard, but also to get to lower cost mobiles, get to lower cost end devices, get to lower cost equipment in the network. I know there's a constant complaint that it's hard to get out of people like myself what actually our equipment costs, but whatever it is, it's a lot less than you're paying right now. So I do want to make a couple of comments, though, about, since Steve did such a great job on the technical aspects, and I'm sure, I'm here mainly to answer questions about that, but one of the big things I think that's been a difference over the last few years, this is a bit of motherhood and apple pie, but I think that as Commissioner Kopp said, that the communities, the technologists such as myself, the cities, the first responders, they've all begun to learn the same sets of terminology and technology and beginning to talk the same language. And as a result, no one's asking us for gigabit per second out of an air interface anymore. The numbers that people are asking for are numbers that are totally reasonable to be done by a 4G technology. And there is no issue really with trying to interoperate a 3GPP system with a legacy system, the legacy LMR systems through gateways, the P25 systems. Interoperability is something that is, I've said this before in these meetings, it's just software. And so I think that there's a very bright future, in the public safety area using this type of technology. As I said, the standards are being developed to make sure that we get everything that you need into standards, but we need to work closely. And one of the reasons I bring up this issue about now speaking the same language is we need to work closely on developing that set of requirements. Precisely what are not just data rates and I want video, but really getting down to what are the specific requirements. When you have someone that gets a higher QoS than another person, how do we decide whether a general counts more than a fire chief? There are very critical technological requirements that need to get played out next, sort of the second and third tier of requirements, so that we can build these systems. We don't see any technological impediment to being able to build these systems any way you want. The issue is really just getting down to setting up the requirements, having the armies of system engineers that we have, getting those requirements turned into documents that then can get built into products. And it's not just our company, but all the companies. I mean, this will be an ecosystem of hundreds of companies that will be needing to build to a common set of requirements. And that's probably the biggest obstacle I see, is getting that common set of requirements. But we're all talking the same language now, so I think that helps a tremendous amount. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. Next, please, Dr. Dennis Martinez.
Good afternoon. I'm from the Boston area, but despite that, I would like to congratulate our colleagues on their victory in the recent World Series. Well, let me first start by thanking the FCC for inviting our company to be part of this distinguished panel. The job that you have ahead of you is certainly a difficult one. I want to thank the Georgetown University for hosting this fine event and for the venue that we have today. We have been in the public safety business for over 80 years, designing, deploying, and maintaining mission-critical public safety systems. For most of that history, the world of public safety has been about voice and voice communications. We are, however, at a very defining moment in our current evolution in public safety communications. And that defining moment really is about the information revolution. And with that defining moment, we really see sort of three key things that are happening. The first of these is the development of broadband technologies and the promise that these technologies hold for delivering capabilities that will greatly enhance our first responders' abilities to do their jobs and to do it safely, to protect their own lives and the lives of their constituents. The second thing is we have, for the first time, a very comprehensive set of standards. And we're beginning to see for the first time in our industry the use of commercial technologies and commercial standards in public safety applications. Now, we aren't done yet in the sense that those standards are largely written around commercial consumer requirements, but nevertheless they form a great foundation for layering on top of those the requirements that are unique to public safety. The third is the issue of spectrum policy, and this dialogue that we have today is a great venue for having the dialogue that we think will ultimately enable the Commission to develop an effective spectrum policy. I want to focus on three basic kinds of requirements. And the context really is that we've seen the explosion of data applications and the many different things that they enable our first responders to do. One of the key questions that we have, and certainly the public safety organizations that we work with have, is this notion of convergence. And that is, this broadband network is conceived of largely in the context of data applications. There are many, however, that believe that in the long run such a network will deliver the capability to support mission-critical voice. We hold that belief as well. We don't believe it will happen overnight, but we believe that through continued diligence in the development of standards and understanding the requirements for mission-critical voice, the broadband technology and a broadband network will be capable of delivering that kinds of service. And if it's to do so, there are three key requirements that we must remember. And our colleagues have largely sort of stated those, so let me just reiterate them very briefly. The mantra in public safety is anytime, anywhere. An event can happen anywhere in the jurisdiction at any time. And unfortunately, many times they occur at the most unfortunate under the most unfortunate circumstances. So the first and foremost requirement of a network is availability. Is that network available when nothing else is available? When nothing else works, that network must survive. So that's the resiliency issue. The second key requirement, I would say, is this notion of scalability and interoperability. And they're actually sort of two prongs of the same thing. We have advocated the notion that public safety needs, although have a common denominator, they do vary by region. We have dense urban environments where we have very large densities of first responders, and we have the frontier, which has a much lower concentration of first responders, but nevertheless the need is the same. We believe it is important that the requirements allow for regional optimization of these networks. That having been said, that should not be at the expense of interoperability. We continue to advocate for the notion of interoperability modes of operation for these networks, so first responders can interoperate across jurisdictions. So we think that those two can be accomplished by suitably defining those requirements in the standards. The final requirement I'd like to highlight is security. There are really two kinds of security we want to keep in mind. The first is protection of the content itself. Public safety networks today deliver information that is extremely sensitive. Access to the NCIC is a prime example, although it goes well beyond that. And so the ability to support a secure end-to-end collection of applications is first and foremost in the security mindset. But there's a more subtle one, and the more subtle one is cybersecurity. We were recently at a utility conference on the smart grid, and as we now understand, the threat to our networks is enormous. One utility company reports that it receives 1 million attacks per day on its network. Now, as we begin to deploy these kinds of broadband networks that interconnect to our larger IT infrastructure at the state, national, local levels, we will invariably have to face that problem. So as we continue to define the requirements, I think we have to focus on those two dimensions of security, protecting the content and protecting the network. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dennis. I appreciate it. Our final speaker presenter is Chief Charles Warner.
Okay. Chief 1, now
arriving on the scene. My first assessment is that we have a unique opportunity to move broadband and create a national public safety broadband network. And what I see in the room is the resources, the talent, and the ability to move this forward to make it happen. I'm now assuming command of the broadband hearing. First order of business is to change the clock to 15 minutes. Okay, a little dramatic to try to wake you up after lunch. The bottom line is this. I want to thank the FCC for the leadership in bringing this forward today. It's a very exciting moment in time, and it is a unique moment. As Commissioner Copps referenced earlier, he said that we are at a time of a daunting challenge ahead of us. But coming from the location in Charlottesville and Monticello, where Lewis and Clark launched their journey to the Louisiana Territory, they demonstrated undaunted courage, and I think that's what we have in this room today. For the first time, one of the things that I see is everybody coming in alignment with an understanding of where we need to be. I see DHS and Secretary Beers, you knocked the ball out of the park. The Phillies could have used you. The commissioners are in sync. Public safety for a unique time in I've seen in life is on track, aligned. But I want to make sure that as we go through this, I outline a little bit of where we want to be. And so if I had arrived up here first and used this device and said assuming command, I didn't want to do that because I didn't want to think people think we could do that already. It's important to understand that's where we want to be. And I think that's where we heard earlier we think we can be. Mission critical voice and data in the same place. But up until yesterday, I had a trouble getting a vision or my arms around explaining what that was. So I worked on a graphic that I hope will take us through that. So first, if we use Stephen Covey's 7 Highly Habits of Effective Leaders, let's begin with a vision with the end in mind. What do we want it to look like? And we start with the desired convergence of LMR and broadband in a mission-critical voice and data. That's the end. But it's important to remember where we are first and then step through how we get there. So first, let's look at land mobile radio and mobile data, where mission-critical voice and data reside today. That's the current state. And it's not going to go anywhere anytime soon. The next is the National Public Safety Broadband Network. That's the developing state. So, if we go through this, connectivity is the first piece, both the wireline and the wireless, creating the connectivity on which we build. That's the critical point. Without that foundation, the rest makes no difference. The second piece are the technology devices. We have to have the devices that allow us to work on that network with the applications which are next. The applications like GIS, Next Generation 911, Virtual USA, those things which are going to move us in ways we have never imagined before. And last, that zone where there's convergence of technology devices, applications, and connectivity. Key point here, on a network that meets redundancy, reliability, coverage, capacity, security, all the things you've heard today. And I want to make sure to note that those things you heard today are important collectively. You got the list today. Take note. The next thing is, as we move forward, there are parallel paths. The LMR is one area we have to maintain because it is our mission-critical system in place today. But simultaneously, we have to plan and coordinate the two activities amongst each other, thus the arrows you see. Then if we use what's taking place by the Office of Interoperability and Compatibility and the National Emergency Communications Plan, we have the development of the technology roadmap. What does it look like? Where are we going? But you'll see there's a barrier between the roadmap and our desired state. What is that roadmap, that roadblock? The technology gap. Currently, from a mission-critical voice standpoint, there are no devices that work independent, peer-to-peer, without a network. And that is a critical point that public safety has to have to work. So how do we get that gap removed? This is where the federal funding comes into play to create research and development for the convergent devices to move forward. And the reason I say that it's critical that federal funding be put in place is that we are such a unique customer that demand device is not going to have the economy of scale to be accomplished. That's where we collectively look at it and decide how do we get there, and we do it together. The bottom line is at the end of the day, we have to wrap this all around in some type of plan, and there is the National Emergency Communications Plan that would develop the policies and procedures and coordinate everything that we're doing in one single direction. The one important note that Harlan McEwen would want me to make today is that LMR will not be replaced by wireless broadband in the foreseeable future. So noted. And I'll go a step further that his paper at this web link can be found to explain why. Last but not least, there are a couple questions that I knew were going to be asked that I've heard, so I'm going to try to answer. Number one is, how will public safety use broadband? So I looked in my crystal ball, and it told me mobile data. It told me streaming video. It told me GIS, virtual USA. It told me satellite imagery. It told me weather, tracking, monitoring, and so many more applications that it's too much to list because you heard those today. And the PSST is working on that list as we speak. So the next question, how much spectrum does public safety need? Let me reference first PISWAC. That report has defined already from a voice issue of how much time is needed. How much spectrum is needed. It's been documented. It's been referenced in the 9/11 report, in the Katrina report. When are we going to get it done? The next one I'm going to tell you, IP4, was interesting because this weekend I was listening to Kim Commando's show. I'm a technology advocate. And I heard her say, from the standpoint of how much spectrum and devices are going to be on it, she referenced IP4. And for those of you that don't know like I did, and she said when they originally did the IP protocols, they did IP4, which stood for 4 billion devices to be on the internet. They are nearing the IP4 limit and now have to go to IP6. The reason I reference that is to give you the exponential change on which things will happen. That's the aggressive reality. The last question I have is, why can't public safety use wireless broadband for mission-critical voice? First and foremost, as I mentioned to you, the technology doesn't exist to replace it. And second, there are too many questions that haven't been answered. What are we going to do with the D block? How's that going to get done? And with that, I leave you with a dual-path strategy of how we accomplish a national broadband public safety network in conjunction with the existing LMR. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. We appreciate it. This is FCC 1 taking control again. I would like, though, to capitalize on Chief Warner's remarks and pose a summary question that fundamentally encapsulates a great deal of what Chief just presented. And I do so to allow our other panelists to address the same question. And that question is the first responder community destined to use multiple radios operating in disparate spectrum? Or can a single broadband network satisfy the communications requirements? If so, how much spectrum is required?
And that's for me to start?
I leave it to the panelists who want to volunteer first to address the tough one.
Well, let me respond first. As I mentioned, I think, let me start from the last and work back. As far as how much spectrum, I think that's impossible to say. I think that if you build it, they will come, and the applications that were available, you better be planning for as much as possible. So anybody to say the spectrum that we're asking for is going to be more than enough, that's absolutely incorrect. As far as are we destined to be using disparate radio systems, we are if we don't get this right.
Any other panelists care to comment?
Sure. I'll go to try. So I agree completely that it's very dangerous to try and predict how much spectrum and how much capacity you're going to need. You're looking at someone who has been living through the iPhone. And so the one thing that you need to do, though, is to make sure that when you do put applications out there, that you do a good job of understanding how they're going to operate, how the people that are using them are going to use them, because I can tell you from dealing with lots and lots of teenagers using the iPhone, they're very unpredictable as how they will come up with ways of using them, and I would say that's true of any individual. And so the most critical piece of deploying applications is really getting a good understanding of how the application will be used through things like soft launches, tests, kind of, very broad tests with end users. I do believe, though, that because of that, And because people will, what was the comment earlier? If you have a big basement, you'll fill it up, and if it's bigger, you'll continue to fill it up. I think the same is true of applications. We'll always want high-resolution video. Right now, video encoders are progressive. They look at the quality of your channel, and they drop down to a lower bit rate. For those of you that have iPhones, you can see that. When you look on a 3G network, the video for the Yankees game is slightly lower quality than the video that's over your Wi-Fi system. That happens automatically. That's a good thing. But over time, wouldn't you want to have even higher quality video so that begins to use up more bandwidth? So there is an issue. I think we can get started with 2x5. I think we can go to 2x10. But to say that we can predict how much spectrum we need, I think is not possible. And the final thing that I'd like to say is that as far as disparate radio systems, I believe that for the broadband, we should pick one. So at least that's sorted out. But there will be many, many years that the LMR systems will be around, maybe forever. And I think that I learned that also from my wireless world, is that it's only recently that we finally got rid of all the analog phones. And so people will continue to use those radios, and we need to make sure they interoperate with the broadband system.
New York City or Boston, care to comment on? How about the WIN network? How much spectrum do you think? Does that meet the needs?
I think our experience is that number one, we do a lot of testing, and we have test labs that put radios and equipment underwater, and they submerge. And I mean the rigorous testing that our fire department does is unlike anywhere I've ever seen. Probably more stringent than what you see in the manufacturer's facilities. It's important that the equipment meets these standards. Number one, number two, the multi-band radios that we've seen and we've tested don't meet our operation. We would not deploy it in an operational mode, and that's we continue to test and find radios. The radios that are becoming available are very expensive, and to think about the 65,000 radios that the city of New York has, not to mention the other state and federal entities and authorities in New York, brings us well over 100,000 units in the city. It's very expensive. So we look forward to further defining what mission critical voice means. Mission critical voice is critical to the city of New York in both LMR and broadband, and so I mirror that funding should be provided to further provide the research and development required to further define mission critical voice over broadband. It's essential.
Any other panelists care to comment on the spectrum question?
When we talk about voice, it's really important to understand how is public safety voice communications the same, and how is it different than that which is today carried on broadband commercial networks. In public safety, voice is group-oriented. It's a collection of first responders collaborating together to address an issue, or on a common dispatch work group. And so their communication is very group-oriented, unlike that which we do on cell phones, which is typically and mostly one-on-one, other than through conference calls. The second thing is there's a very big difference between what we refer to as wide area voice communications, a function such as dispatch, a dispatcher communicating to first responders, and tactical operations that are addressing an incident, a collection of firefighters, for example, addressing a burning building. Those communication needs are actually quite different. And I think one of our colleagues here sort of pointed that out. Actually, it's been pointed out multiple times that the need to communicate locally in a scene is a very important one. That's not a capability that's currently built into 3GPP standards. It is one of those things that one would have to augment or extend to support that capability. But fundamentally, there's no reason why we cannot make a broadband network support these mission-critical voice applications. It's through a proper process of defining requirements, assessing technologies, testing them thoroughly, and then eventually deploying them. I agree with Chief Warner. If we do it right, it is possible.
Current land mobile radio systems have been designed from the ground up to do this type of group communications that my colleague just talked about. And within that group communications, there's about in excess of about 1,500 different features that support that particular mode of operation. Now, not all public safety agencies use all those features, but they're there because different agencies, in order to do their jobs, had these features added to the APCO standards so that they could operate their systems in a certain way. I believe that a converged network is possible in the future, but it's going to take some time. There's a lot of inventions that are going to have to take place. The talk-around one is a big one that is going to have to be done, and we're going to have to be able to have all those different features, all those different ways of operation to allow the public safety agencies to continue to do what they do best. And predicting exactly when those inventions are going to be done is difficult, as I point out to my management all the time when they ask me why it's taking so long to get something done. So, you know, I believe that really for the foreseeable future, land mobile radio is going to be run in parallel with these broadband networks for mission critical voice. The game is going to be interoperability as to how we can drive the standards on both sides to be able to get more interoperability between the two systems so that we can begin this migration from land mobile radio, if that is the direction we're going to go long term for convergence, over onto a broadband network.
Let me turn first now to our colleagues to your right, and first Mr. Behzad Ghaffari.
Thank you, Bill. This panel is about public safety requirement and deployment of a national interoperable broadband network for public safety. So I'm going to ask a question that addresses this too. And although the panel has already been touched on this, but I'm going to look at it from a different angle. Public safety requirements are partly related to problems with existing legacy networks such as interoperability. And also public safety need broadband applications. And the question is that how do you position the deployment of a nationwide interoperable broadband network? A solution for broadband applications, or both broadband application and solving legacy system problems? Because some people may say that today the construct of this network should be basically data only, and then some provision later on for mission critical voice and so forth. I'd like to see your comment on that.
Which one of you care to take that one on first?
I'll start if you don't mind.
Sure.
I think, again, it goes back to begin with the end in mind. And if we begin with only data in mind, we will never get to the voice. It'll be always a second nature thing that we're working on. I think that the critical issue is we have to begin with the end in mind, go with that path, and at the same time broadband will create opportunities, new features, functionality that we can benefit from. But when you say that it's data, at the end of the day, it's all data.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I kind of look at the existing world, and the dilemma is that we have, I question how many land mobile radio systems that we have out there that actually utilize, the integrated voice and data capabilities on a narrowband channel, and I don't know. I haven't heard many success stories with it, and I think we need to learn from that, and I think we need to learn that from that lesson that going forward, as the chief said, we have to think about how voice is going to be used on the broadband network, and so that it's successful, it takes priority, and it's utilized. I can tell you that regardless of how it's defined and how it ends up, that voice today experienced on Friday at the Yankees, a cell phone call could not be made, period. There was call blocking across the 3 carriers that deployed cell sites on wheels. However, I will tell you that soft phones, the fixed VoIP on our network worked. The streaming video worked. The other broadband capabilities worked. They were not blocked and they were not hampered. It was a network, that we own and we control. So we have the ability to pave the road today to accommodate mission critical voice, which is critical. It's, let me repeat that. It is critical that we develop those feature sets, because whether it's push to talk or whether it's being able to make our own cell phone calls, however we define it, we need to define it as a public safety group, and then challenge the industry experts, that really, it's the end users that define our requirements at the local level. It's very important that we bring it back to that, the very foundation that SAFECOM has established. And again, if you look in the National Communications Emergency Plan, there is mention of voice in there, so we need to not ignore that.
Any further comment?
Just a quick one. I think that we tend to, try and separate voice from data, and as the chief said, it's actually all data in the end. I think that initially, mission critical voice is carried over the LMR systems. You could make a model that says that could go forward forever, and you have the data system does only data and LMR does only voice. That would probably be a mistake, because we are building voice into the 4G systems. All 4G systems will use all VoIP. There will not be any circuits switched over 4G systems. We're building QoS into that, and we're building the mission critical features for public safety into that. But you want to have the versatility going forward that you can tie an LMR system to a LTE data system, or you just use LTE by itself. And we need to get started now making sure that we put those mission critical features into the standards, so that if someone decides they just want to deploy, some municipality jurisdiction wants to deploy just an LTE system for data and mission critical voice, that they're able to do that. Because I have learned that people will want every permutation you can think of. You can't really just tell people you will do this and only this. They will mix and match the equipment they've already spent money on and try and take advantage of that, tied to the new technology. Finally, I think we make too much of a deal over this standards issue. We write new standards constantly. We are constantly updated. The mobile business is the most standards-rife technology that there is in telecommunications. So adding features that are for mission-critical voice to the LTE standard is just not that big a deal, to be honest with you. What we need to do, as I said in my opening comments, is get down, decide what the requirements are, and take them into standards. But we are constantly on a daily basis updating and modifying the standards. And we just need to make sure that we get together and pick out what needs to be added and add it.
Any other comments? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Behzad. I promise I did not place this planted question, but it is a question from the audience, and I'll direct it first, as requested, to our panelists from Alcatel and Motorola. Can you address the benefits of a 10 megahertz by 10 megahertz network over a 5 by 5 megahertz network?
Well, as I showed in the slide that I had put up, that it's about maybe about 5 dB or so of improvement in terms of coverage, and it doubles approximately the amount of bit rate you can get, which would double in essence the number of bearers you could get in the event that you have an incident that would happen. You could look at it for a constant amount of bits. You could get to. Can you go to last slide? That one. No, that one. Good. You can double the number of bits available, which would mean you could double the number of bearers for a given amount of capacity to a given user, which would double the number of users you could get. In a multicast environment, you could again handle more talk groups in that manner. There's a whole bunch of advantages. In terms of is this enough, which I figured was going to be the next question that was going to come, we don't know. It's going to take fielding some of these systems and then starting to look at the use cases and seeing what demand is being put on the system, seeing what happens at cell edges. It's dependent upon the design. It's dependent upon a whole bunch of different parameters in terms of how the system is designed, how the quality of service is set up, all these different configurable parameters in terms of how the system is going to work. And then we're going to have to tweak from there and look at, is this enough? What can be done from technology perspective? What needs to be done from a spectrum position going forward? Just one other observation. The reason we have all these disparate bands is kind of, we started in high band and ran out of spectrum, and then we moved to UHF, ran out of spectrum, moved to 800, ran out of spectrum, moved to 700, and that's been the way in which we're doing it. So kind of what we're looking at is we have the opportunity to go in with a little bit more bandwidth here. If we add the D block to the current 5 megahertz, why don't we start there and see where we end up? Is more going to be needed? Yeah, probably, because I agree the appetite for access to content is not going to get smaller. It's going to continue to go up, and it's going to be there. But we want to be able to have these systems really be viable for the public safety professionals who are trying to manage situations that are happening any place within the geography of a cell.
Paul, from Alcatel's perspective?
Yeah, so I think Bob did a good job of explaining the throughput and the difference between 5 and 10. I want to look at it from a slightly different angle, which is the versatility. And I'll use LTE. I take it most people are familiar with the 3GPP standard LTE. And so I'll use that as my example. We could talk about WiMAX too if you want, but I'm going to focus on LTE. That basically the system is so versatile that you could have in an area where you don't need more than 5 megahertz, you don't have any critical emergencies going on, you could actually have the public safety people using 5 megahertz, and then instantaneously if something happened, you throw the commercial users off the other 5 megahertz, and now you have 10 megahertz of spectrum. That's really, the standard has been built to do that, not, unfortunately not for you, for other reasons, which are commercial reasons, but it can do it, and we can use it for public safety. And so this idea of a totally flexible system that can be 5 megahertz in one snapshot and then 10 megahertz in another, and by changing priority, is something that's very straightforward to do in LTE. And the reason you would also do this is because you not only get the increased data rate, but if you think of a broadband wireless system, you have a data rate that's coming out of the sector, say, and I divide, it's Ethernet-like, I divide by the number of users that data rate up. So when you do have an emergency, you may not need extra data rate, but you're going to have a lot more users sitting under that cell. And so to that point of view, you may want to go to wider bandwidth, not to just necessarily give a higher throughput, but to be able to deal with more users that are on the network at that time.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Let me turn back to my colleagues from the Commission, please. Walter?
I want to take up on that last comment. We heard a comment about IPv4 breaking. Spectrum breaks at some point, too. And looking at all the spectrum needs, it's clear we can't give to every requester the spectrum that they're asking for. How do we provide a framework for spectrum sharing? We're starting with a clean slate, new technology. What would it take both to establish a framework for spectrum sharing between public safety and commercial interests, and what can we do to speed that up if there's technical or standards issues that are controlling at least part of the pacing?
Very well. Anyone care to take the first shot?
We've had one iteration where we've attempted sort of the public-private partnership model, and as we know, there are certainly challenges. I'd like to build on the last comments of my colleague here, which is imagine a network which is a dual-use public-private network, and you do have a situation where public safety requires all the capacity. And imagine you're a consumer and you're in that environment, and an event has happened. What's your first reaction as a consumer? Well, I have to call home. Mm-hmm. Well, I can't. I got thrown off the network. That's a very tenuous business model. One can well imagine a purely commercial network operator saying, gee, on my network, you don't get thrown off when there's an emergency. And so that model, I would say, has challenges that we have to understand. We have, of course, in recent commission meetings, openly advocated that, look, we have to look across other compatible type of applications in a mission-critical broadband network. And we suggested that perhaps one of those others is the smart grid, as an example, where there are mission-critical needs, there are compatible kinds of needs, they have common requirements for resiliency and coverage, and perhaps that's a better way to think about sharing spectrum rather than the consumer public safety user.
And if I could, I'd like to challenge that, because if we look back in our experience with LMR, our experience over the years is that we're all doing things individually, separately, that we're spending X numbers of dollars which aren't available anymore. The systems are more complex, they're more expensive, they're more tedious to deal with. We end up having a system that we buy that as soon as we buy it, it's obsolete. We have land mobile radios, and I'll tell you, for example, in Charlottesville, we spent $18 million on a radio system, and it's a radio system. It doesn't do anything else. It doesn't evolve. It never will. There's no funding for a new system, so we have what we have. The key is a public-private partnership develops a network that we're all accustomed to, that's built on a commercial model that says economies of scale, that continues to evolve, that continues to create new technologies. It's evergreening. It's always making something better, and we're able to take advantage of it. If we don't change the model and learn from LMR, we're doomed to repeat it.
Any other comments on our question?
I'd like to, I agree with Dennis on the issue of there is a very delicate balance that has to be worked when you move. Many service providers, commercial service providers, have more spectrum than, say, the spectrum they might share with public safety. And I'm thinking of the old public-private partnership concept that was in the first auction. But you can't, if you start, those people that get moved have to be able the ability to call home and dial 911 and et cetera. So there isn't infinite bandwidth available elsewhere for them to get moved to. So you just can't moving them. There's going to be a very delicate balance. The good thing is most disasters happen fairly locally. So the area around that will not actually be affected. But still, I do agree with Dennis. It's a very delicate balance that needs to be worked to make sure you do that right.
And I have another challenge to that, too. I want to make sure that people understand that if you have a disaster today and you try to call, in more cases than not, the public telephone switch is going to prevent you from getting through anyway because it's overcapacitated. Mother's Day, Valentine's Day, you saw the issues. People are saying we should use Twitter for emergency response. Well, you saw that when Michael Jackson died, you couldn't do any tweets because it was overloaded. So you need to understand the technology. You need to understand that during these situations, these things of people not getting through is going to happen anyway.
We're running up against our deadline, but I would like to do two things. First is present a 30-second period opportunity to Steve Hart to address a portion of our network build-out that we have not discussed to this point. So, Steve, you got 30 seconds on this one. You mentioned you used 350 microwave shots for backhaul for New York City's wireless broadband network. Do you have any redundancy in place for back channel? If so, what do you use? Is it primary or secondary? And is the microwave licensed or unlicensed? The question is fundamentally the arrangements that you have for backhaul within your network.
Absolutely.
Key to the build-out.
So this is a conversation I was having with some folks at lunch. You know, an area that cannot be ignored is backhaul, which is directly correlated to capacity. We cannot afford to build a network that has bottlenecks right out of the gate. Our network is designed with the level of redundancy that every site has two ways in and out of it that are completely diverse. All up to 400 sites, approximately 378 sites, are all networked back in a manner that that utilizes both fiber presence as well as microwave, and they all flow back to two separate network operations data centers that can handle the full load of all sites if we swing over. It's also integrated into our existing infrastructure in the city, so we have full diverse capability between the network operation centers, dedicated fiber to handle a much greater aggregate of traffic and throughput. So again, it's very important to have redundancy in backhaul, size it properly, and have diverse means in and out of every site.
Yeah, thank you very much, Steve, for your 30-second New York minute. As moderator, I exercise my prerogative to close with my colleagues, and I'll allow 2 more questions from, first, John P. Hoff.
Steve Hart said that the availability requirements, or excuse me, coverage requirements need to be 95 to 99%. I thank you for giving us numbers. It's hard to get numbers, but no good deed goes unpunished. So I wondered quickly if you could elaborate. Do you mean in a car, in a building, outdoors? And I wonder if others on the panel think that if we're going to put requirements on this very important criteria, if that is the right place to put them.
Thank you.
Our New York Minute response. We defined our RFP requirements for in-street coverage from a portable device. That means from a USB or PCMCIA type of card in a laptop, full motion. So we every street is driven, and again, the amount of sites we have, a byproduct is that we do have some in-building coverage. It's not enough. 700 megahertz is required to be overlaid in order to give us greater in-building penetration. Most of our requirements, are for public safety, are defined out on the street, due to the amount of buildings we have. It would kind of be impossible to require someone to provide that. But we are striving for greater in-building coverage. We're striving for a network that could have greater in-building spectrum, and 700 fits the bill, and we require more and more of it.
Any more comments with regard to the metric of 95 to 99% coverage?
The answer is yes. What I'd like to add to that, I think as we go forward and we think about these networks that we're going to use long-term and in the future, we also need to look at building codes. We need to look at, once we standardize the types of systems we're going to use, that we put in-building coverage in the buildings and we solve that problem. And that will also solve a problem for accountability for firefighters in buildings, because then we can locate on a 3-dimensional and an XYZ scale of knowing where they are in the building and what floor they're on. So I think that, again, we need to think futuristically as to what it is. I'm looking for the Jack Bauer solutions. That's where I want to be.
Any comment from our vendors, the vendor community?
The 95-95 requirement is pretty standard in our industry. And the reality is that even though it's a requirement, the user's expectation is 100%. And that is by far one of the biggest challenges we have in deploying mission-critical public safety networks. The user, if that 5% lack of coverage is in there that happens to matter to a user, then that's kind of a problem. But at least in terms of technical specifications, a 95% area coverage, 95% of the time is a very common standard. It is very common, in fact, almost universal, that for public safety systems, that requirement is for in-building users on portable devices. And just to put that in numeric terms, you need about 100 times more signal strength to operate a portable device in a building than you do a radio in a vehicle on the street. About 100 times more power. So it's a fairly onerous requirement.
Okay, thank you very much. Unfortunately, we'll close with one final question from my colleague Ziad Salim, please.
Thank you, and this will be brief, as you mentioned before, Bill. In terms of the 3GPP development, the standard development process, if the requirements for both interoperability with LMR system, and I understand that there is the P25 and also there is a slew of other proprietary system as well that you would need to develop interoperability with a 4G type network. In addition to the mission critical voice and perhaps some other applications for public safety. If we were to say that these requirements are ready and available right now, what would be the timeline to develop them within 3GPP and then thereafter to have a commercially available product for that standard?
Thank you, Ziad. Gentlemen, what timeline are we looking at?
First of all, I think we have to understand that LTE or 3GPP standards are transport. They're for the delivery of packet data services. when we talk about a standard like Project 25, it is a very comprehensive standard that includes application layer functions. And I believe our colleague from Motorola highlighted that. And there are literally hundreds of features and functions that comprise a public safety P25 type system. Those features and functions are above the network transport layer. They're not defined in the transport. So we first have to understand that not only do we have to have a transport protocol, a transport standard that is suitable for carrying mission critical voice, we have to have an application layer that delivers those same features and functions.
Any others? What timeline are we looking at?
To comment, I want to, we keep talking 3GPP. In mobility standards, there are a number of standards bodies beyond 3GPP which are tied to mobility standards, which deal with things like the application layer, et cetera, OMA. I mean, this will sound a little disheartening, I'm sorry, but there are dozens of standards that we work our way through and tie together to build the end-to-end mobile system through all the layers, from the physical layer all the way up through the applications layer. So back to your timeline, it would probably take a year to put the features into standards and probably about 18 months after that to build the products.
Okay, unfortunately, we've overdone the allotted time for this particular panel, just as we begin to get to some of the meaty issues that we had hoped to address. But I think we have, in fact, put on the table some of the issues that face the build-out of next-generation public safety networks and what some of those requirements might be. So please join me in thanking our panelists for their expertise and for joining us today. And at this point, I turn the program back to Jennifer Manor.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much. It was a very interesting panel. And with that, I wanted to invite Admiral Barnett to come up and give some closing statements. Admiral Barnett is Chief of our Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau. Just for some background, he served 32 years in the U.S. Navy and Navy Reserve, retiring in 2008. And with that, let me introduce Jim.
Thanks, Jennifer. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm just going to take about 5 minutes for some wrap-up comments. I certainly want to thank you for participating today, and for all of our participants and the panel and the people that have come out today. I really think you all walk on water. In fact, I think you had to walk on water in order to get here, and you'll have to walk on it to get away as well. Especially want to thank Commissioner Copps. Thank you for being here. Commissioner Baker and Clyburn, for Undersecretary Beers and Dr. Federoff. I also want to extend a special thank you to Georgetown University Medical Center for hosting us here, this wonderful facility. I view this really as a very important and productive field hearing as part of the development of our National Broadband Plan. I also would ask you to join me in thanking Jennifer Manor and the FCC staff for putting this on. I got comments from you. I wasn't able to be here this morning, but comments from you as I walked in about how meaningful this was and how very active and good. So if you would, Jennifer, and if the FCC staff would stand up, please. In only 97 days, the FCC will deliver the National Broadband Plan to Congress. Critical areas to be covered in that plan are the important national purposes, including public safety and homeland security. Today's field hearing adds important testimony to the record about the importance of ensuring public safety community has access to broadband communications. And this includes a national interoperable wireless broadband network that will be able to support public safety and emergency medical response communities in times of emergency as well as in day-to-day activities. And as Commissioner Copps said, this is our best opportunity to get it. But as we've heard up here, it's not inevitable. It's an imperative, but we have to work on this to be able to make it real. The Commission's been carefully looking at all options to see how best to structure the interoperable national broadband wireless network that will support America's emergency response community. Today's discussion highlighted several important facts that will help drive the development of the National Broadband Plan in this area, as well as crafting our rules in the 700 megahertz proceeding, whereas we have an important focus. We learned some valuable lessons today. We need to ensure sufficient capacity to support the range of applications that have been developed, are currently being developed, and will be developed in the future for our emergency responders. These include tools such as deployable telemedicine systems and the mobile video data systems for police and fire. We need to recognize that emergency responders will require more resiliency than many of their broadband communications needs than what is currently available in commercial networks, or likely to become available in commercial networks. This will enable emergency responders to respond even when traditional communication facilities are unavailable. As Deputy Chief Reyes stated, wireless networks are becoming more important than ever to support the ever-growing law enforcement mission. It's important for public safety to have options that will seamlessly serve them when traditional systems fail or otherwise are unavailable. Emergency responders need to have increased geographic and in-building coverage for their communication services so they can effectively and efficiently respond and be able to send and receive important information no matter where the emergency takes them. Again, we've heard today how current commercial systems often lack the robust, ubiquitous coverage needed by public safety. For example, if the firefighters are in the building which radio signals cannot penetrate, this would lead to significant risk of loss of life and property, including danger to the responders themselves. We need to ensure that we do not end up in a situation where we have to rely on fragmented networks. We just heard that on this panel, as we have in the past. The broadband communications can be designed from the ground up to offer emergency response community the ability to communicate with a nationwide level of interoperability. To this end, one solution we have been considering is the creation of some type of emergency response interoperability center that will ensure the emergency response communications work. I look forward to our continuing discussion in this very important area. I'm certain that through continued discussions and our partnerships, like the one we've developed with Georgetown University Medical Center, our federal partners, such as the Department of Homeland Security, and our state, local, and tribal partners, we will be able to craft a national broadband plan that ensures our public safety and emergency medical response community have the quality of broadband communications they require on which American lives depend and rely. Thank you again, and I would say, as those of you who are old enough to, like me, to remember what Hill Street Blues was, let's be careful out there. Thank you.